No, that's mine.
Let me try this thing out. Fucking Kraken.
Yeah, this fucking bullshit.
I can see myself getting fucked up on Kraken.
God damn.
Yeah, you're drinking tar. Yeah, that's what happens when you drink tar, my friend.
This shit is potent.
Yeah, it's tar.
Oh, this is...
See, here's something to understand. There are, like, levels of, like, disgusting. And Chris is, like, the top of those levels when it comes to alcohol.
I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate the fact that Chris is a very dangerous alcohol picker.
I'm not drinking.
I mean, at least someone can appreciate that.
It's like you're not gonna be.
Let me explain something here. I am a wine connoisseur.
That goes down.
I will say that.
That shit's thick.
Yeah, I know it's thick. It looks thick, and I'm not touching it.
When this motherfucker has a bottle of white Zinfandel, and it tasted the way that shit tasted the last time we were all together.
Listen, this is the Kraken. It's black spice rum. This is 94 proof.
Yeah.
It's squid ink.
I can feel the alcoholic in me awakening.
It says rum blended with spice, caramel, and other natural flavors.
Yeah, spice with some shit.
I can feel the alcoholic in me begging me to stop.
Yeah.
Guys, I want you all to see a picture on my phone.
Only one kidney properly works. Stop.
This is my face.
Aw, you have a picture of your dad.
Yeah.
So sweet.
The Kraken is
rum.
That's
my face every time customers
went black again.
From the Caribbean blended with natural flavors.
It's not natural flavors.
Named for a sea beast of myth and legend.
Every time
the Kraken rum is strong,
Same.
rich, black and smooth. It sounds like Al.
Black and smooth.
Smooth, baby.
Oh, definitely. That's why that is why his name is Al Slinging Dick Johnson, because he's black and smooth.
You put the Kraken with some cherry Pepsi. It's just good.
Chris, what's your middle name? I've never.
Gordon?
You don't know that?
No, I never knew your middle name.
At some point you've known, just forget.
No.
Christopher Gordon Edwards.
We did was we followed the tradition where it's my grandfather was Gordon, just like my father was James, so I named him Christian James. And it's like that just seemed like a tradition for middle names.
That made your mom like so happy when you did that too.
Well, because at least I think Dad's middle name was after his grandfather. We were just as a kid, I was told that like, well, you're Willie Jr. to 26.
There's no originality to my name. That's why I changed it.
I figured you'd understand family tradition. So.
Oh God, I see him drooling over there.
The Kraken.
Yeah,
my throat is rejecting the Kraken.
I told you. That's that squid ink. That's why I'm not drinking that shit. I outright refuse to drink that shit.
All right, Junior. On a level of Chris's like bad decisions, and we all know Chris makes some pretty bad decisions.
Always.
Wait,
how bad would you say the
hold on a
Kraken
second.
is on his bad decisions?
Do you want us to set up a Zoom?
See, on a scale from 1 to 10, I'd say it's about a 9.5. Because
that
shit.
That's a lot more than I
Canadian
thought. I thought you were going to
LTD?
give it like a 12.
I don't know. He
All right,
enjoyed
let me
that
pause.
47-pound cack.
Well, I mean, when you had the,
Rex Goliath?
Yeah.
Well, Rex Goliath wasn't bad. It really wasn't.
All right, I'm going to pause this. Carlton wants to set up a Zoom. I didn't know because I thought him and Karen were doing something tonight. So
I did too.
let me pause this.
Oh, look.
We'll continue to work through this.
All right, it's recording now, so.
Or is it?
Yeah, I got the Kraken. Me, Elliot, and Al tried it.
Oh, you got my Kraken sperm in there?
I'm telling you, like, this shit is not. It's 94% proof. It's black spice rum.
Squid ink.
Yeah,
It's squid ink.
Well,
That's what comes out after I blow my load.
Jesus Christ.
it says right there, like it says, named for a sea beast of myth and legend. The Kraken rum is strong, rich, black, and smooth.
And like swallowing semen.
Fuck with the Kraken.
When you want to challenge your inner semen. 90.
Yeah. We missed Junior. He was ranting about something. He was mad about retail and shit and like hating his job every day and working.
Oh, he rants like that all the time. So I'm sure it's just on repeat.
He's justifiably upset this time.
Yeah.
What is going on?
With
what were you mad about this time?
Jesus Christ.
Over the past 48 hours, I just realized how stupid customers are. Like, they're stupid, and they're so entitled. They act so entitled that it just gets to the point when I just don't even approach them anymore. Like, when they say, "Excuse me, I need help," I just walk right past them. I don't even say anything to them anymore. Like, I don't. Like, I just got to the point when I just got tired of the nonsense. Like, They literally sit there and say, if you need help, you have to come back up to the entrance to get help. Because there are no sales associates on the floor. They're all booked by appointments. Mm-hmm. So clearly I'm not a sales associate because I'm not talking to any customers.
Yeah.
Because I literally try to put away truck because trucks are now triple the size. And I'm literally running around the store to put truck away. And you're constantly stopping me because you don't follow instructions. So now what I do is I just literally ignore customers now. I don't even care. Like, I just flat out ignore them. They be like, hey, excuse me, I need help. And I pretend like I have music in my headset, and I don't, and I just don't even stop anymore. Like, they just piss me off. Like, I don't understand what is so hard about following directions. But again, you know, good old Americans don't like, overall, Americans don't like things that are inconvenient to them. Like wearing a mask. Like, it's just like they have such an issue with wearing a mask. Like, when I saw that video of cops trying to pull this lady off the bus because she wasn't wearing a mask.
Yeah.
And she got all pissed off and she was like, I can't wear a mask. No, you don't want to wear a mask because you just think you don't have to because you think it's your God-given right not to wear a mask. I'm like, I got news for you, douchebag. It's like, if it's a law, just wear it. It's not hard. Just put on the damn mask. Like, this isn't complicated. Why do you, out of 338 million people, think feel like you don't have to do it? I just don't understand. And I can't stand people. Like, it's literally, it's every single day.
Jump behind your chair.
So, I just got to the point when I was just like, when it comes to customers,
what?
like,
Wait, what just happened?
I don't know. Back in Carlton.
There's some big buggy that's
know.
running into Carlton's chair.
Oh.
You scared me.
So is it
It's behind your chair.
I'm like looking.
And
I'm like, what the hell?
What's behind my chair now?
Well, you know, when you're sitting there and out of the corner of the eye, all of a sudden you see something move very quickly. And if it's a spider, I hate spiders. Sneaky bastards.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So I'm over it now. It's like, I'm just over people just being entitled, over people thinking they don't have to follow the law, over people just thinking like they're just above it all. I'm like, you're not above it. It's like, you know, when you have to call the police because you need them, you don't think you're above anything.
Yeah.
So it's just like, why do you act like you're above something until you actually need somebody to bail you out of something? Now all of a sudden you're a victim. Like
Alyssa Milano.
I don't want to talk about her. She pisses me off.
What'd she do this time?
She called the cops on somebody after saying that all cops needed to be defunded, but she was one of the first people to call the cops.
Mm-hmm. It was a kid with one of those little Nerf gun things. A kid running around the back property on his own side. She called in helicopters and everything else.
Yeah. And everyone's like, you put hashtag defund the police and you just called the cops.
Yeah. It's like people like her, it's just like, stop talking to the public.
Yeah.
It's just like, I just get to the point when you just want to tell people, stop talking to the public. Because when you talk to the public and then you do the opposite of what you're saying, you sound stupid. Just stop talking to the public.
Did you see the bullshit stunt she pulled where she's like, look, my hair is falling out because of COVID, and she's pulling hair out of a brush? It's like, see, it was negative, but I have COVID. Like, okay, and what's the worst thing? The only thing you were in was Charmed, and that show sucked.
Yeah.
She didn't account for old age or anything. It's like, oh, it's COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, it's white privilege. That's why my hair is falling out.
She's a witch burner on a stake.
I'd read several articles about this, Carlton, because I was catching them on Stern this week, and Howard's on vacation. But Howard did this whole hour spiel about, which we can talk about. It's so stupid. I love it. It's 2020, because I wish we had money for a jingle where you could just do like, hey, it's 2020. When you think things can get more fucked up,
Trust the COVID touch.
Monopoly 2020 version.
Howard went into there was this professor called Jessica Krug, and she was a professor at the George Washington University, and she was a history professor. She was also head of the NAACP, and she apparently had African heritage, and she was also from I guess Columbia and stuff. And apparently she had to resign because the colleges and professors found out that the whole time she's been posing as a college professor, she's in fact a white woman. In fact, she's a Jewish white woman from Arkansas, who was the head of the NAACP and the African culture.
Oh yeah, the chick who was saying she was black just to get a job, and they found out she lied.
Yeah, it's like, and how I have the clip. So he was playing the audio. It's like she just did the most like we were talking about Always Sunny. Her fake bullshit black accent is so fucking like over the top offensive. Like how did she even become a professor at this university?
Well, how many years was she doing this? Because you have to give her credit for the stealthiness. I mean, pulling that shit off, that's like, what is it, Robert Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire just pulling it off?
The whole time?
Yeah,
the whole time?
Who's going to walk up and say, I don't think you're black? I mean...
Well, apparently,
who's gonna say that?
We pull a picture. She's very light skinned, which
we know what she looks like. I've seen
these guys, but
okay,
yeah. Well, there was a lot of students who said, yeah, you seem like a lot of students were kind of questioning her ethnicity. But again, like if you were a student that would say that, you'd be outed as like some racist, bigoted piece of shit. And everything. So it's like,
pretty much.
Didn't she out herself? She canceled herself.
Well, she got
because
caught,
she put out a book.
Yeah.
She put out a book, so it was a big promotion for a book.
Yeah, The Layered Deceptions of Jessica Krug, the black studies professor who hid the fact that she is white.
I want to know how many years she hid herself, because that'd be impressive.
See, unfortunately,
that's information I want to know.
They don't say how long she was a professor, but she was a few. I mean, however long she was, the fact that she was the head of the Black History Department and she was telling people, like,
So I'm gonna say like a decade.
That is dedication to the craft.
That is complete engagement of the role. She just sunk herself right into the role like those actors do.
She received her doctorate from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2012. She was passionate about African to support history. So after traveling to Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America, she always seemed to come back energized by experiences she had and by the people she had met.
I bet she did.
And the pillows who she became intimate with.
So the question is, if you can choose when you get up what sex you identify with, what's the difference between identifying what race you feel like? I could be feeling like I was Jamaican tomorrow and maybe Italian next week.
Already been happening. There's a dude who identifies as a Filipino woman.
Yeah, she let's see, during the course of her career, she identified as Algerian, African American, Black, Boricua, vaguely Afro-Latino, vaguely Caribbean. She's been from Kansas City, from the Bronx, and from the hood. And
don't forget 1/13 Cherokee, like everyone always.
Yeah.
Everyone always adds that last one in.
Elizabeth Warren was in her daycare system.
Yeah, see.
You know why this whole situation is tricky? Because you could be something totally dependent on where you're born.
Yeah.
Like if, as a black person, you're born in Japan, you're now Japanese. Like,
Kara said you're channeling your elderly white woman.
I do declare.
You need to start crocheting or something.
Bless my life.
Don't hate on the rocking chair, all right? This is beautiful. This rocking chair is lovely.
I don't know. We might have to get a rocking chair to challenge that one up here.
Yeah. So,
listen, if you get one of these up there, I'm never leaving.
Let's see, the footage that's been circulating, I guess you can YouTube it, from her Zoom meeting in June, which shows in her Afro pose, she introduces herself as Jess. So instead of Jessica, it's Jess La Bambolera, a nickname from her own making, adapted from Bamba, an African Puerto Rican genre of music. And she was broadcasting from El Barrio and wearing purple shades, and she's talking about her black and brown siblings, and she's tired of all these white New Yorkers and all their oppression.
She's from El Barrio.
Yes.
She's a thug.
Yeah. I listened to, Howard had the audio. It's fucking hilarious. It's almost like said D. But the fact that she got away with this shit for who knows how long, but like the fact that she was a black friggin' studies professor in a college.
Listen, at this point, I'm gonna go ahead and say she is black. Like you'd be hard pressed to convince me otherwise.
I mean, has she lived longer black than Jewish or white?
Well, Jewish is a religion.
Yeah, I know.
So
I'm not going to say anything after watching All That Sunny. I may get myself in trouble.
Well, of course, apparently they're saying that she has mental problems.
I can see that.
You think? Oh boy,
dude! I've watched shows where a Russian girl thinks she's a cat and goes around hissing at people. I was like, man, I just want to toss her into a lake and see what happens.
You know the scary thing is, no matter how we feel about these people that have all these weird afflictions, we're making them. As a human species, like we're creating these weird people.
We're allowing this. We're accepting this.
Electroshock therapy.
There should be some acceptance, yes, but some of this shit gets just ridiculous. It goes off. Like that one time when a chick wants to be a dog or a cat on YouTube or whatever. She gets identified as a cat and she makes $10,000 a month.
Yeah.
You know why that would be scary to me to go against somebody that says that? Because I would be all for it until it's my kid. Lock that psycho up. Oh wait, that's my kid. No, she deserves the right to be a cat.
Does that mean her boyfriend should be arrested for bestiality since she's a cat?
Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, if we're supposed to say that men are women and women are men, and you have no gender or you're one of 120 plus,
God.
If you identify as something completely different, we're supposed to take this serious. Does that mean that her boyfriend is fucking a cat? If we're supposed to take these people serious.
I mean, is bestiality actually illegal? Isn't
yes,
it?
Yes.
States.
Oh yeah, lock him up, put him in jail. Then he is fucking a cat.
I think one of the Virginias is any animal over 15 pounds or something.
Jesus, they got a weight limit.
It scares me that the law is that specific. Like, have people been running around just screwing animals this whole time?
Did you hear about the guy who died from fucking a horse? I kid you not. I was in tears laughing.
What about the gerbil and the tube thing?
Haha, fuck that guy.
He deserved it.
It was funny, Carlton. I showed Junior the other day, pick him up from Best Buy, and Mark, of course, Mark sends me a text, and he goes, I wish I had this much money to be successful. So I'm like, what's the text? It sends me a YouTube link. Click on the YouTube video, and they show a girl, and the guy's taking a homemade video. She's on her hands and knees. She's got like a dog leash around her, and the guy's like opened up like a water bottle and pouring the water into the bowl, and the girl's like lapping up the water out of the bowl like a dog. And I'm like, so your fetish is you want to get a girlfriend to pay her to act like a dog?
Well, let's go back to Mark saying that he wants to be successful in life. When he wakes up the next day, that's a huge success right there. He successfully survived the night. You know,
he was like, I wish I had the kind of money to afford this. I'm like, so your fantasy is to pay women to act like a dog where you got them on a leash? Like,
but that's a growing trend. I seen a video on YouTube the other day with a girl walking a guy on a leash. She walks up to a group of strangers and hands them the leash and says, could you hold this for a minute? I got to go to the bathroom. And the guy just stands there and wait with a leash on his neck with strangers holding the leash.
Submissive.
I'm like, what the hell is going on, man?
That's BDSM.
Well, here's the thing, though. First, Mark has to be able to afford a silver bowl and a bottle of water. And it's specifically Poland Spring because, he's not getting out of that store brand.
That's a high-class water in Poland Springs.
Technically.
She don't want that cheap Adirondack shit. She like Poland Springs.
You can't even get out of Price Shopper brand.
Exactly. Top shelf water.
You watch that? What is it? The Avia or whatever type of water that is.
Yeah.
Poland Springs. What?
Fiji water? Forget it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Fiji water.
He's crying, seeing the bottle. I thought I'd never see this in my life.
Boy.
He wants his body to not be broken.
He is the only person in my lifetime that literally said his body is broken. Like, he's literally the only person in my life.
No, he's the only guy who can send dick pics and not
lose his job. Exactly.
He's so pathetic, he can't get me too.
Jesus. He's not even worth it.
He's not even getting flagged for sexual harassment.
I feel sorry for you. Like, oh shit.
It's like, we do not believe you are capable of sexual harassment. You're gross.
Have you looked in the mirror? You're disgusting, buddy.
Women are just dealing with his freckle pickle.
Pale freckle pickle.
Is this supposed to work?
Pale freckle pickle.
It looked like a red spotted mini mushroom.
The haunted look on Sue's face right now.
I need
A ghost penis.
Look at her. She can't even look up.
She was in a whole different world. She's not even paying attention.
Oh my god.
Freckle
Oh, at least you got Susan thinking about Mark's penis, though.
The PTSD.
You're lucky you're not here. You'll probably get something thrown at you.
I don't know how her.
Elliot's my surrogate punch dummy, so you can punch him.
Also, just whack Elliot whenever Carlton says something crazy.
Here we go. So, come on. It's okay. What I do for you.
You know, I heard that Jen still has a picture of it.
Oh my god! I honestly think, Chris, you should look at the picture just to see it for yourself.
Come on, man. I need a lot more crack on that.
I feel like there's a story behind that statement, and I would like to know it.
Yeah.
She likes to keep
Inquiring minds want to know.
Exactly.
Just drink a couple of glasses of my Kraken sperm and you'll be ready to go.
They give you all the manpower you need to see it.
I need another glass for this. There's a news story where I need to. Again, this has been a great week because this is like the week of like I can't be sober for this shit because I'm reading this like. Things that this is part of my bucket list of like things that's never happened to me, and thank God. So there was.
I mean, you need a bucket list of that
because it's like Dad would always say, as fucked up as my life is, there's always somebody out there who's got a more fucked up life, and this is one of them. So I hope this never happens to Karen. Because Karen, all right, listen, because you're the only married woman in here, so this woman.
Damn.
Well, because Sue's not married, obviously.
Sue's going to be married soon.
Shots
Don't worry
fired.
about that. I got that.
Shots fired.
All right. So Karen, this woman came home.
Sue, brace yourself.
This woman came home from work, and she caught her husband, and he was having sex with his mother.
What?
Oh. Now everybody at this moment is picturing their mother.
You're about to make me throw up.
So
I won't even try to imagine it. I'm not even doing it.
You just put in my head a picture of Longhorn and his mom.
So I mean,
Elliot, I'm sure you're
terrifying,
right?
So,
wait.
So Karen, you know, you've got a long, hard day of work. You come home and you see Carlton like.
You've seen his mother. Come on.
I'm gonna fucking bash my head against the wall.
So what is your first reaction going to be?
I'm gonna shoot myself 3 times.
Heart attack.
Beating Kurt Cobain's record.
Heart attack. That would be the first reaction.
Oh boy.
How do you react to that? I don't know.
Okay, so
that is a weird
boy. So this woman is poor Lori. Her name is Lori. After she walked in on her 43-year-old husband Tony and his mother Cheryl, 64, having sex on the living room couch in their house. So her first reaction, she called the cops.
No.
You know what? I'm not even mad at her reaction. I'm not even upset at her reaction. I feel like in that situation, it's justified.
There you go, Chris.
Well, were there drugs involved?
There better be some drugs involved. Like somebody had better been high and drunk. Clean his way.
Or ate bath
something
salts.
Strong.
No, he ate bath salts. That's the only thing.
He accidentally mistaken his mom for his wife. That's what it was.
Oh, that's awful. That's a slap offense right there. You mistake me for your mother?
I said he did, not me.
Come on.
You're the size of one of my mom's breasts. What are you talking about?
I'm just like saying, like, you know, we talk about cops in different different situations. Now, could you imagine being a dispatcher? Like, all units report to house, so and so. Like, what's the incident? Well, No, if you're a cop,
we got a 214 guy fucking his mother.
Again, the fact that he actually said 214 is funny as hell.
There's a police code for it.
There most likely is.
But is there? Is it illegal at that age?
Apparently, yes, it is actually. They were charged. Incest is actually a crime.
It better be.
This was in Massachusetts.
It depends on what state, you know. Georgia may not.
This would seem more fucked up. So Lori, who called the cops, who was told the officer who showed up on the scene that poor cop, because again, just like the shit I seen today at work.
You're not paid enough.
Send him a bottle.
So the wife tells the cop that she'd always had been suspicious of the two of them having an intimate relationship. How are you suspicious of your husband fucking his mom?
Mother, like that.
How many years were they married?
Well, maybe they were still breastfeeding.
It was all a lie.
I need some mother's milk.
Karen, you're about to make me throw up.
This is why I'm drinking more Kraken for. Going into more detail.
I think we've had enough detail.
I don't want any more detail.
I don't want that.
So she told the cops that she saw her mother-in-law was naked on top of her husband.
Oh my God.
Jesus
God.
I think that would be mentally just damaging.
I'm telling you, it's bath salts.
Okay, when asked about what happened, the husband told the reporters, "I don't want to talk about it. I made a mistake."
Yeah, call it a mistake.
No, that's not a mistake. That is not a mistake.
A mistake to be fucking the woman whose vagina you came out of.
He confirmed that he and his biological mother did have sex. It just happened. It happens all the time, guys. Jesus.
Yeah, you're gonna go upstairs and hook up with Nancy.
God.
And now for something.
God, why? Why would you do that?
Hold on.
I need to go puke.
So he told the cops.
Elliot lives at home.
The husband told the cops, "The first time we have ever done anything like this." They confirmed the sex, which began after they started kissing while playing video games.
What the fuck?
See, this is what video games do to people. You know?
They just make you want to have incest. Damn video games.
It says,
this is why all
Elliot,
those
make sure your
gamers-
door is closed.
Man, my door stays closed. Sometimes
I know she might be watching some Korea pop and
no, it looks good here.
Hey,
No, get the fuck out of my room. Try half sharp objects everywhere.
He's gonna put a sign in front of his door: "No mom entry."
No means no, mom.
This ain't Korea.
Let me smother you, boy.
The cop said
This is so wrong.
he did not seem to be nervous or upset about having sex with his mother. He was more embarrassed about being caught by his wife.
Jesus.
How hot is his wife? Hot?
It says that the cop added that at one point the husband became defensive, saying the incident had just been a mistake.
See, now I think I need to see a picture of his mom and his wife. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Oh boy,
Bath salts.
She told the cops that the two have gotten a lot closer over the past few months. We just had sex after we started kissing.
God damn. God. That sounds like a guy who's just desperate.
They're October 27th. They're going for a court hearing. They can face up to 20 years in state prison for being convicted for incest. So incest is, well, at least in Massachusetts, incest is illegal.
Hopefully, they don't let him visit her or the other way around.
Boy, so he wanted to get back inside mom
that
so
got
bad.
Dark.
That shit is crazy.
That's disgusting.
Wellsput Quagmire.
Giggity.
Like 2020, guys.
Yeah, fucking
2020.
God damn. God.
I wonder what video game he was playing that caused him to just travel this path.
He said, "I wonder what video game he was playing."
We play some Halo, and
he's just beating story mode of Avengers, and then he's like, "Gotta go give mom some D."
He's playing some Pokemon Go.
No, probably Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
Look, Mom, I just caught a Snorlax. Aren't you proud of me? Oh my God, honey, it's high level.
She did her impression of that one Pokemon with the big tongue, whatever it is.
Lick-a-tongue?
Licky tongue, yeah.
Lick a tongue on your balls, Pokeball.
Maybe she did.
Oh, good.
Hey, maybe it could have been her dying wish. That could have been her dying wish where she fervently wanted her son's cock, you know?
Oh, God, this is gross.
I just call it Electabuzz. It works better than my vibrator.
Now I can't stop thinking about the one picture of the kid from the Make-A-Wish picture. Chris.
See, I'm just doing this shit because, like, you know, it's brutal and nasty, but, like, hey, this is the fucking world we live in. The fact that this is happening in Massachusetts, I pulled up another story that was actually a CBS local news. This was posted a couple days ago. It's like, this happened in Texas, and, like, this shit's happening. What's funny is, like, we think as Americans, we're all above this kind of shit, and we're thinking, no, this shit's happening in our fucking backyard. Because, this is the last one I'm doing for tonight because my liver can't handle this shit. Because, oh boy, give me a second here. Texas man killed his 9-month-old daughter during a sexual assault.
What the? Please tell me they're going to take him out to the desert and just curb stomp him to oblivion.
This is one of the moments where Texas disappoints me. Because Texas, the Lone Star State, is the state where everybody's armed and everybody's looking for a reason to kill somebody. And here it is, a perfect time where you would kill somebody and nobody would be mad, and you don't do it. Like, again, you know, like this is...
You fucked up.
I'm trying to get us in a good mood and talking about this shit. And, like, you know, it's like this part of the podcast is, you know, ignoring these problems doesn't make them go away. But the fact that, like, it just disgusts me to my fucking core, which is why I'm on my third fucking glass of Kraken.
I think I'm going to need some more.
But yeah, this is fucking disgusting. This,
it is.
They found the 9-month-old. They tried saving her. They brought her back to the hospital. She was
9 month or 9 year?
9 month.
No,
baby.
The father, they fucking found, okay, investigators, this was in CBS local news in Albany, but it says, investigators began to look into her death, but it was medical examiners who found a startling clue. But the examiners found that the child was sexually assaulted and died from asphyxiation during the assault. So he was 23 years old, and the father, Louis Luna, and now he's facing, of course, capital murder charges. But, like, so he sexually assaulted his infant and choked it to death. So
what a piece. Hopefully someone tells the jail about that. You know, just put Skinner on his forehead and just push
anytime
him
anybody says any kind of fucking liberal and not being political, sometimes people are like, "Oh, I'm against the death penalty." Situations like this, I'm
against the fast death penalty. Boy. This is about the time you just let everybody go in the room 5 minutes and just beat shit.
This is like Green Mile, like forget to put water on the fucking like.
No, see, that's still too fast. You're thinking too quick. You starve somebody because at that point they will do anything for food, including eating parts of their own body.
Shit. I'm against the death penalty, and I feel like the death penalty is bullshit for this reason. If somebody's on death row, there's no reason why we should house that motherfucker for 40 years and feed him for 40 years. And then one day decided we're going to schedule his death 40 years from now. If you're going to put him on death row, kill him this week. Like, you know?
Feral cats.
You're on death row, you got 1 year.
And not even a year.
I think as soon as they go on death row, they start doing an appeals as soon as they get in there to slow it down.
Get on death row, and then they don't want to die, and then they appeal.
Kick the shit out of them.
Not the funny part by any means, but like when I was in prison and we had like our New York commissary, I seen some catalogs from like different cities, different states. Now, of course, if you're doing like guys who got 20 years to life or something, they get different privileges than people that are doing like a 2-year bid or something. But like at least over in California, these guys, and this was back again 9 years ago, they have access to the no bullshit commissary, high def TVs, and this was before Xbox 360s, PS3s. They can have in their own cell like a full catalog to like PS3 video games, Xbox, high def DVDs and shit. And you're thinking to yourself, and where's all this money coming from?
No, see, I'd be that asshole guy in Green Mile. They'd have their hand on the bar, like, ha, 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 and just bash their fucking fingers in.
Yeah.
Like,
Like I was saying, though, but when these guys are getting compensated, they have prison jobs and stuff, and these guys are getting like 25 years to life or something, and they're getting paid by the state, whether it's 5 cents an hour or $5 an hour or whatever. once their commissary gets high enough, they can buy DVDs, they can buy Xbox 360 games. Now it would be PS4 games and sit in their cell and just play video games and watch DVDs all day long. These are people that have getting raped multiple fucking children and stuff. Like no bullshit. Some of these guys doing these 25 to life sentences don't act like this isn't other countries. We very, very easily spoil our fucking inmates. Like I've seen these guys get access to a full fucking a hot plate there. They get some of their food is amazing. It's like don't think it's like like Alice, like instead of putting a bullet in their head, these people want to say, well, the death penalty is so and so. But how much money are you guys draining out of our taxes, our fucking paychecks? The fact that an inmate right now can buy an Xbox One who's fucking doing a 25-year life sentence, he can buy a PlayStation 5 in high def TV, a guy who killed multiple kids.
Really? There was a movie.
And they have access. They have access to like Game of Thrones. They can buy DVDs. They can watch HBO in their cell. This is prison.
No, see, I would take bribes to let people go in the cell and just beat the ever living shit out of them. I would take away all of their rights and just like, oh, here you have $20. You have 5 minutes of just torturing this guy. People are gonna put my name on. Like, don't let him become a corrections officer. Some people don't deserve it.
I mean, yeah, he should maybe suffer, but just put a bullet in his head and bury him in the desert. Be done with it.
Well, we won't though.
Or just release him into the desert and keep surveillance.
Okay, if this is Alice, we've all seen it. If this was another country, the guy would be fucking dead before he hit the courtroom.
Yeah,
but in America, like Karen said, he'll do appeals, he'll do this, he'll do that. It's like he'll live a pretty good fucking life considering he just not even killed his kid. You raped your.
He's mentally unstable.
I don't understand why they waste time. Like this guy is probably going to go to trial or something, or have to take a plea, whatever.
Of course,
it's a waste of time when we know you did it, when we have proof that you did it, when we walked in to your dead baby with your DNA in her throat because you try to force yourself down her throat and choked her to death.
Yeah,
we know you did it. At this point, the trial is irrelevant.
Not even because I don't want to like get obviously gory in detail, but okay, a grown man is 22. If it's a 9-month-old infant, he obviously can't have traditional sex with it, so it's like it wouldn't be physically possible. So like Allison, the only thing he could do is shove his dick in his fucking mouth. I mean, just call it what it is.
Spike dildo.
This is the guy that they won't.
And as gross as it is, that's probably how the kid died by asphyxiation. Was he probably smoking the kid by? Because again, a 22-year-old man versus an infant. I mean, it's disgusting and gory, but this shit's going on. So we got to call.
Oh yeah.
I know it's uncomfortable talking about it, but like this is the shit that is happening in 2020.
Skinner on his forehead.
Not even now. Back when I was directing the Head Start program, we had to go to court, and it took us 6 months to get this to court. In the infant room, when the baby was coming in, there was sperm in the diaper that the teachers were changing, right? Mm-hmm. So it was a boyfriend, and it took a long time to get through court. And this is what the end result was. Because there was no penetration, and the boyfriend said, I used the diaper to wipe myself off after jerking off, and I stuck it on the kid. So that's how my DNA got there. And the judge said they couldn't prove, because there wasn't any physical evidence besides his sperm in the diaper. So there was they couldn't prove without a doubt that the guy did it. He said that the boyfriend could not be in the same household as the infant. And to separate that, the mother turned around and put the baby up for adoption so she could keep the boyfriend in the house, and they had another kid together. Isn't that just lovely?
I want to become a vigilante now, because I'm not saying I will do it. I'm not saying I won't. But both those people may or may not get hit in the head with a frying pan.
I had to hold one of the teachers back when he came to pick it up, and she couldn't believe that we had lost in court on it. And I said, you can't hit him because they'll arrest you for assault and battery, and the only one who will really go to jail is you, and it's not going to prove anything. But they just had on the news because the U.S. Marshals across this country are doing a huge sting operation on retrieving all these kids that have been kidnapped in the sex trade and trafficking. Now, last month, they freed something between 30 or 40 kids down in Georgia, which is a big trafficking hub. The other day, they just freed 35 kids out of Ohio, and the youngest one was 5. And it's not even on the news. You have to dig for this stuff. No, but if you Google it, you'll find it. But,
though, it's better that it's not on the news, because if it's not on the news, it makes it easier for these guys to do their jobs. You don't want if they're raiding these operations that's trafficking kids, it's better off that it's kept hush hush.
Yeah, but there's some information that was interesting because they said that sex trafficking since COVID has jumped significantly because they're luring these preteens, especially. Parents are leaving them in the house because they're 12 or 13, and these predators are online luring these kids out for a good time or to meet up to do something, and the parents aren't home, and they walk home and the kids are gone.
Yeah.
Jesus,
that's a terrifying situation to be in as a parent.
Once
you come home and your kid is gone.
I don't think we had that problem when we were that age. I think I was stuck on the Super Nintendo.
Well, it's like you said, with piggyback on what Al said, it's definitely a double-edged sword because, like I've always said, for especially the past decade, you watch shows like 24, any kind of Jack Ryan or Spy Thrillers and shit. It's always just like we never hear about these terrorist cells being taken down, these commando guys. That's the point. It's the fact that there's a lot of shit going on every single day, and the fact that it's not broadcasted. It's going on right now as we're speaking. There's a lot of black ops secret shit going on, but it's like, if you're constantly broadcasting it, the people that are behind this stuff, they're like, if everyone knows about it, they're like not really going to come out in hiding. Yeah. If no one knows about it, they're more likely to come out, and that's easier for these guys to catch these people. Like,
because they pay attention to the news just like we do. If they see on the news that in their neighborhood cops are doing a sting, they're going to tighten up their game.
Yeah.
So you don't want that information out. You want the cops to be able to do it.
As funny as it is, people talk about this in over like the past 30 years of cinema. The Godfather. Godfather is a fantastic film, but that pissed off a lot of fucking mafia dudes because you made the mafia. Now everybody knows about it. The whole point of the mafia prior to Godfather is that everybody knew it was going down, but nobody talked about it and shit. You basically you've glamorized organized crime, but you've also exposed these people because ever since The Godfather came out and like Goodfellas and say even Sopranos, you haven't heard a single shred of anything, period, with any kind of mafia ties in the media in the past 20 fucking years. It's like people think that the mafia, because you're not seeing movies going on or it's not news articles, all the mafia just disappeared. No, they're very fucking powerful. I
was watching the article the other day where they talked about the fact that the mafia has become so strict. They have basically stomped down on anybody doing anything because they know that in a lot of places they're always under surveillance. So for the average Joe, we think the mafia is gone. We think there's no mafia operating, but they're in full effect across the globe. They're a global network now.
Like the Yakuza, they pretty much did you know that if they screwed up and it was made public, they had to start cutting off parts of their fingers?
Oh, yeah.
Up to a specific knuckle. That's why some people are missing 2-3 fingers up to the knuckles because they fucked up so bad they had to cut off part of their fingers to make up for it.
Like you said, Elliot, the problem is it's also double-edged sword because of the fact that, I would say, it's catching a lot of people, but also this shit's going on and people think that, nothing's going on, everything's fine. So the average everyday Joe doesn't know how actually deep and dark this shit is because we're so busy focusing on riots and race relations. There's a lot of sex trafficking that people just don't know about. It's happening.
They know it's happening. It's the ignorant card. It's like, well, if it's not happening in my neighborhood, it doesn't matter to me.
It's not just that. It's definitely not just that. There's a lot more to it than that. Yeah. And what it is when people see something on the news, they know the people that react are going to react to it. That's why they put that on the news, because it's like what they see is if they're going to see something that insinuates a riot, so they're going to put it on there on the news. Yeah. There's a legitimate agenda and there's a legitimate narrative that is followed with every newscast that is out there, because as everybody knows, the news is federally owned. Regardless of whether it's local or it's national, it's federally owned. They are literally watched with everything that they post for everybody to see. It's not, it's there and it's clear. Like when they say, going to what you guys were saying, like about the riots and stuff, where they said 93% of them were peaceful. So why are the 7% that aren't making 100% of the headlines? Yeah. Because of the fact that because it's the narrative. It's okay, well, obviously something is going wrong in this country, but they want people to be against wanting a change.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to blame it on capitalism, and this might be a stretch, but hear me out. Let me explain. I blame it on capitalism, the need to make a buck no matter the circumstances. Sure. Because those networks, all networks, no matter what network you watch, they're all driven by ratings. If the ratings are up, that means people are watching. That means you're making money. You're getting sponsors.
Yep.
If you want to get money, you have to get the shows that trigger people to watch. You have to look for the most sensationalized bullshit. So you have to tune into that's why a lot of times you look at the news and the clip is always white police officer shoots unarmed black man. That's the headline. That's the headline because that headline is going to bring people in to watch. Yep. They're not going to say this police officer shoots a man or whatever. They're not going to be like blasé with it because they want people to tune in. What makes people tune in is a sensationalized headline. And that's all motivated by the need for these people to be wealthy. That's why it'll surprise you to know that the head anchors at every news station, regardless of what it is, these people are millionaires. Like they make millions of dollars. They have big contracts for like $20 million a year and all these other sponsors and shit like that, because that's what it's about. It's all about, at the end of the day, ratings and money.
So what do you think is the biggest? Now, out of the three, it's always going to be sex, money, and violence. What, if you had to only pick one to run on your headline for your news, what do you think sells the most?
Violence sells above everything else for this reason. Violence can be used to paint any picture depending on what position you're in. Like, no matter what you are, if you're a politician, no matter what job you're doing, you could spin violence. Sex could sell a lot of times, but sex will be boring depending on the situation. Violence is always interesting. Always. Because right now, look at what's happening in our country right now. There's a lot of riots happening, and there's two different narratives behind the riots. There's one side saying the riots are the symptoms of, unabashed racism that's been happening for years. And then there's the other side saying these riots are happening and we're unsafe and this country is being torn apart. Both of those narratives are correct. But depending on who you are and what you listen to, you're going to have only one side of that story, right? Because the riots are tearing the country apart. The country is unsafe. A lot of people are in danger. Yeah. But the riots are also the result of shit that's going on previously, like stuff that happened before. So right now, depending on what you're listening to, you'll have one half of that story and you'll be running with the narrative. And that violence is selling the same act of violence. It's not two different acts. It's one singular act being sold in two different ways. And that's selling across the board. Everybody that's paying attention is looking at it as one thing or the other. And
so you think it's violence because the bottom line, it generates fear in people, and fear is more worrisome or important to people than somebody's sex life?
Violence always generates fear, and fear is a great motivator.
Yeah.
Like even if you're for the violence, even if you're in a situation where you're wronged and you have to use violence to be right, even the act of committing violence is kind of terrifying, right? But it is something that people will tune into. It's something that you could use to tell a good story. Sex is something that will sell, but it's only sensational depending on the circumstance. Because there are circumstances where you would try to use sex to sell and it just won't work. But violence will always work. Selling violence and using violence as a tactic to scare or motivate is always, always successful.
Or anger people as well, because of the fact that there's a lot of people that are angry at the protests, that are angry at the riots, that are angry that, people want to defund the police and angry about the fact that people want to change. There's a lot of places, and I forgot the town that's down in Mississippi, but there was a person that stood there with a sign that said Black Lives Matter. And this was shortly after George Floyd died. And people were literally driving by saying, literally word for word, this is what they were saying. Well, I'm going to turn around. I'm going to be back here the next half hour, and you better get the fuck out of my town. And it was a black person with a white person standing there with a sign that said Black Lives Matter. And what this violence is also bringing is anger. It's bringing a lot of anger into the equation as well, because, as like what Al was saying, which I'm going to add on to me, I think it's a lot more than money, because I always look at it like this. America benefits off of conflict. I said this a lot, and I say it a lot. Rich people benefit off of conflict.
I was just about to say, it is, in essence, it is about money, because the only person that benefits from the conflict are the wealthy. Like, we're out in the streets fighting each other. That's like, imagine.
It's about control.
Exactly. Yeah. Imagine I'm a conservative and Chris is a liberal, and we're fighting each other tooth and nail, but we have no benefit from it. No. There's nothing that we gain from the anger we have towards each other.
Yeah. Okay, so what about the guy who's in charge of the Greater Atlanta Black Lives Matter? Mm-hmm. He's been at the rallies. He's been leading all of this stuff. He's under investigation of the FBI because he said in the last 3 months, he has gotten over $400,000 in donations. Now, he started out like any of us, but he saw to make a profit off of this. And so he's under investigation for fraud, because out of that 400,000 plus that he got in 3 months worth of donations that was supposed to, according to his website, directly fund George Floyd, he has spent $120,000 on a new house and $300,000, the rest of it, on clothes, suits, entertainment, dinners, and everything else. Not one penny for George Floyd.
I can tell you this right now. That guy deserves to be in jail for what he's done.
I'd hang him.
But he's not alone.
I feel like anybody that takes in charity and uses it on themselves. Yeah. Like, I can say this right now. Donald Trump, who had the Trump charity organization that took in money that he only used on himself, I feel like he should be in jail as well. I feel like anybody, especially when you use a political, anything that people are motivated to donate money to because they think they're helping, and you take that money and use it on yourself, you should be in jail. That guy in Black Lives Matter, because he took that money and donated none of it to the actual purposes that it was for, and he spent it on himself to make himself, like I said, he's greedy. That was based on greed and capitalism, and he soaked up that money and used it on himself. That man should be in jail. Anybody that's doing that type of thing should be in jail.
Yep, they looked at this and said, I can use this to my advantage, and he did.
He should be behind bars. Anybody that does that type of thing. And there's a long history of people, of politicians, of regulars, people that have, there was a story, was it last year or 2 years ago, where the people that raised money for the homeless guy, it turned out to be a giant scam.
Oh, yeah.
And they spent all that money. Like, even those people deserve jail time. Like, that whole thing was a bunch of people donated money to somebody that they thought they were helping, that it just turned out to be a scam where they collect money and spend it on themselves.
And we were talking today about, with all of this rush to get a cure for COVID and stuff, how much that the pharmaceuticals companies make or don't make, and whether they want a cure or not, because it's all on money.
Google's listening to us. The second Al said that, the first thing pops up is that article, Al. our phones listen to us, Karen. Like, as I'm typing in couple, the first thing popped up. I have the 2 billion Google things. As Al's saying, I'm typing it. The first article pops up.
Goddamn Skynet.
COVID isn't even in top 10 of things to worry about.
This happened. This was I'll just do a side note. This was March 7th of 2019. Yeah, it was a woman and a husband. They lied about this homeless guy, and they got $400,000 for a GoFundMe scam. Yeah, because they said that this homeless guy had his last $20. He gave the husband and wife his last $20 for gasoline. and he had no food. So they wanted to raise money to this homeless man. Let's say a couple $100. They wound up raising almost $500,000.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's a known fact that Americans are the most generous donors to causes in the world. And I think these GoFundMes and stuff, I think they take advantage of people who like to try to help. And
people want to be charitable. They want to do good. They see something that aligns with their morals and ethics and they want to help, but they're suckers.
You have a bunch of people that are vultures. I got a funny story to tell you guys. This happened to me about 4 or 5 years ago.
So real quick, if we do that, let's finish this article because it's yes, the couple initially wanted to raise $10,000 for this guy. $10,000. They raised $400,000. They gave this homeless man reportedly like $50,000. So hold up. You gave him $50,000 and you raised $400,000. Where did extra $350,000 go?
Pockets.
So so of course they were arrested and they're going through things, but that's the end of it. But so
and they deserve whatever they get because that's just bullshit.
So both of them they're facing up to 10 years in prison. So
so that guy from Black Lives Matter. I hope he gets charged with federal crimes for taking that money and instead of using it to help people that need it, he's just greedy. He's just greedy and using that money on himself to buy houses and cars and shit.
The only thing that I donate to is St. Jude's Hospital and directly to them because every penny that they take in goes directly to the kids. When you donate to other companies, they have administrative cost, which is paying an extra person in their office to count out the money. And maybe 50% of that dollar that you donate at the register for something actually goes to the charity that they're advertising for. And I hate that. I don't have a lot of money. So if I'm going to give money to something, I want to make sure it's 100%. And that St. Jude's is the only one I found. Oh, wait a minute. Ronald McDonald houses, they give 100%.
Oh.
This is Ronald McDonald. I donate directly to, I donate to United Way through my job. And I live in the city of Waterloo, which is, right next to Troy. And I donate to the fire station that's there. I donate to the local hospitals. I donate to things that I know will benefit people. That's just what it is. I'm not gonna see some ad on TV and be like, I'm gonna donate to these people because I don't know them and I can't track their money. I could try to, but I can't get an accurate reading on it. But
I know, but you wonder how many people donate and how many of these things, how much money that they take in that is never accounted for.
Yeah, so that's one killer article for Al. That was a story. So
it's not even that long a story. It's just funny. To me, it's funny. It wasn't funny when it happened, but it's funny now. Where I used to work, we have we're stationed in several parts of the capital region, but I used to work in the Albany division, and there's a gas station right on Everett Road. I think it's a Sunoco now, but it used to be something else.
Mobile.
A Mobile. Was it a Mobile?
Yeah, right there on Central and Water on Everett.
On Everett, headed towards Sand Creek Road.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's Sunoco. That's
a Sunoco. Okay. At that gas station, this guy walks up to me and tells me, my car is broken down. My girlfriend's sitting in the car. I don't have any gas. I was going to push the car down the hill, but I just don't have the strength. I just need $20. We'll get some gas. We'll go home. He's like, yo, you can hold my ID if you want to. I'll get the money back to you, whatever. And I was about to go in here and spend my $20 because I had just put gas in my car. I was going to go get some snacks and some beer. I was like, you know what? Instead of just frivolously wasting the money, let me help the guy out. So I give him my $20 and he goes his way. Now, at the time, I didn't know this was a scam. Like about 3 weeks went by and I was back at the gas station. The very same guy with the very same scam walks up to me and runs the same spiel. I was so pissed. I was like, dude, if you don't get away from me right now, I'm going to hit you. Get away from me. I was like, you run this scam on so many people, you're not even paying attention to faces at this point. Exactly. I just walked away from him. And I was like, in that moment, it made me realize that people will prey on you if they think you look like you would help. Right. And that's what a lot of these people do. Like, because I realized like that guy must have ran that scam on so many people. It was so successful that he didn't even change up the story. Yeah. He's just like, I'm going to use this same spiel and I'm going to get as much people as I can. And he got me that first time.
Yeah. Why change it if it works?
Exactly. It's just like, you think about how many people do that.
I know. Just figure how many people he got $20 from. I mean, even if it was 5 people a day, it's $100 a day, and he does it 5 days. It's 500 tax-free dollars in his pocket every day. So let's see, what's that, like $30,000-$40,000 a year?
That's why I keep saying with this whole thing being blue collar in our economy. Every time I read about a small situation like Al's, all the countries out of money, people are fucking broke.
No.
Again, it's like when you keep hearing about every time, it's like whether it's like Al said, how many times, all it takes is I was even texting Mark.
I know. I told him that last time.
I was texting Mark about this whole GoFundMe thing and the OnlyFans and everything. But like I said, all it takes is a 17-year-old, whether it's TikTok or Twitch or YouTube. It's like the average person, all 5 of us in YouTube working 7 people, we're making a decent living. We're not rich, but we're making a decent living. And someone says, Carlton and Karen, donate $1. Okay, what the hell is a buck? I mean, everyone's here is making between $15 and $30 an hour. A buck is nothing. The problem I have though is, again, you take $1 and 50,000 people donate that $1. That's 50,000 fucking dollars. And this could be to, like I said recently, I can look up the stats by seeing what the top TikToker was making. We've all seen TikTok. It's 45-second to 50-second videos on their phone. The fact that a 17-year-old just made more in 2020 doing 45-second videos than any nurse or doctor right now with an 8 to 10-year college degree will make in a course of 5 or 6 years. That's the problem I have.
I watch video game speed runs over that bullshit.
Well, that's fuck point. Because that's how I get you. Oh, just donate $1 to me. Just donate $2 to me. I'm like, yeah, again, $1 here, 50 cents there.
How much is Mark donating if he's always broke?
I know.
Hundreds of dollars. It's got to be like hundreds of dollars because
he probably signed his soul over to the devil.
Only fans of you eating cookies.
The devil's not going to want his soul.
I seen somebody post this on a Joe Rogan group on Facebook. This guy said, he's like,
the devil's going to be like, nah, you can keep that.
The soul means nothing we'll be rich. All I need to do is make videos of Sue eating snacks.
What is it with you watching Sue eat stuff? I mean,
because I watched an anime called Food Wars, and apparently there is a fad for food porn.
Oh, I seen a couple of days ago, guys. It was like,
I know.
Some post some made a post on a Joe Rogan group. It said like my wife had cancer and she beat it, but it's like he's like we spent 20 years of savings and so we ate right, we didn't smoke, we didn't drink, we followed all the rules, took our vitamins, and it said battling this cancer, we blew through 20 years of life savings in the course of 4 months. And this person's just like, I'm very pissed off, I'm very bitter, and I'm very pissed off that how fucked up the U.S. healthcare system is. The fact that me and my wife our combined incomes and 20 years of savings we blew through in 4 fucking months. And our savings is we had
what the hell are we paying medical insurance for? They can't cover us.
And the post I made, I got a bunch of likes, was like, let these people start a GoFundMe account and watch how much they won't fucking get. Versus like anybody said, this couple for a homeless person just got $400,000, but yet, like say Karen, God forbid, had fucking cancer and shit too. Like Carlton started a GoFundMe account. He's lucky if he can get like $100 started or something.
Yeah, because you're going to get people that's like, well, I want to see this girl take her clothes off, but I don't care about this guy trying to save his wife's life. Like that's the mentality right now. It's weird.
So I think what it is
that's our society.
Humanity, especially Americans, everything that happens, they put a value to it. They attach a value to everything. And then they weigh in like, okay, this is more valuable to me, this homeless guy compared to this woman with cancer. Everything that it's like, and like I said, every value is different, but everything you look at, they place a value on it. When they go into a store, like, it's not quite worth it, even though I can afford it. But this something's way out of my price range. But
well, it's like now that Roxy is diabetic, and his insulin and his needles were $200, and we're looking around to see if we can get it cheaper because that's a lot of money. But I'm like, we should put our cat on a GoFundMe and do it. If I knew how to, I'd stick him up there in little outfits or something. And I bet people would pay for his insulin.
Like, look how much money Grumpy Cat got. So
yeah, I was just about to say that Grumpy Cat raised a whole bunch of money.
My first thought was like, I'll pay for 1 month, and then it's in God's hand after that.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not gonna lie. It's like
this is funny. I gotta say this really quick. Sorry,
go ahead.
Elliot, you brought up a really funny thing about Susan on OnlyFans eating cookies, right?
See?
There's this Florida man story that says naked Florida man starts house fire while baking cookies on a George Foreman grill.
Oh no!
Well, what classier than that?
It said the cops are responding to the house fire last week. It said noticed the man running bare naked across his lawn.
Why was he
about that? I
naked?
could imagine showing up and all the cops are just on the floor slapping their knee laughing like this dude.
He started a whole house fire.
They're probably hosing down.
The reason why he was naked, he was standing in front of the George Foreman grill. He's doing a little jig while he's rubbing his belly. He's like, C is for cookie, yeah.
Jesus. When the cop arrived at his house, he opened the front door and said, "I'm sorry." While there was a house fire going on. Like,
I wonder what kind of cookies they were, though. We need to investigate, you know.
Was
it one of those ones where he has to squeeze it out in the tube, you know, the cookie dough?
He made it on a George Foreman grill.
They were bath salt cookies.
They just cost them everything.
I mean, it was Florida man.
He probably had a tattue of Cookie Monster on his shoulder.
This was the final text Mark sent me the other day, which you can tell Mark knows all these people. But I was texting about the whole OnlyFans thing. But he said that he goes, yeah, a streamer called Amor Anth has an OnlyFans. She has like 7,000 fans, and it costs normally $15 a month. What she did was she made it at $12.74 times 7,000 is $90K a month at that price. She makes more in a month on just that site than I do in 2 years of working.
What does she do though?
She has OnlyFans.
Yeah, but what does she do in her OnlyFans?
Now, can that revenue be taxed?
Yeah, I mean,
it is taxed. OnlyFans is taxed.
He could do an OnlyFans of him just rubbing his belly.
But that's why no government agency is against OnlyFans because they tax those people heavily for it.
So she's probably she's getting 90 grand a month. She's probably actually only bringing home like 65. I mean, that's still a lot.
It's still a lot monthly.
Still, I'm not denying it's still a lot, but they're still.
What's the point that what he was saying though? But this is figure. Look at just America. We'll take away the globe. Just America alone, we've got reportedly 350 to 360 fucking million people. This woman is charging around 7,000 fans $12 a month, and she's making like $90K a month.
Yeah.
And again, nobody here. Al's working 19-hour fucking days, and Al can't make 90 grand in a year. Okay,
it's an entire year. I'm gonna gross.
But Al, are you actually naked and using your Foreman grill?
I'm gonna start doing that.
You should
start taking my clothes off, rubbing myself down with bacon grease.
I'm
make a video.
I'm gonna break this down. See?
Start making videos at work.
But I'm gonna break
Big Al's Playhouse.
Today I'm gonna make some chocolate chip
bacon grease.
And we helped.
Chris,
and all you're wearing is an apron that says
"Kiss
the Shaft."
Here's how I would get rich: a big-breasted chick in a V-cut shirt. Eating food. You're going to get two kinds of perverts there.
I always put a lot of thought into this.
This is very detailed.
It is very. Watch Food Wars. These people eat food and their clothes explode. There is a market for this, and nobody loses.
Hold up. There's another Florida man news. This just happened like 2 hours ago.
Florida man.
Oh, God.
Florida man claims 3 syringes found in his ass that aren't his.
What?
He was holding them for a friend.
How did that syringe get there? I don't recognize That's Bobby's syringe.
Yo, Florida's bugging out today.
Karen said he's holding them for a friend.
Florida for the
win. That's Florida.
Only Florida.
Look at Susan's going back to work. I'm like, hey, don't I know you're from somewhere. Oh, it's got Susan Baker.
I can't stop with the Florida Man challenge. I love those sugar-covered titties.
With sprinkles.
Hand me my cap.
Oh my god.
Hey.
All right, last one for Florida Man challenge.
Oh boy.
Last one for the Florida Man challenge. Florida Man arrested for attacking his neighbor with a tractor.
He thought his tractor was sexy.
I don't even want to know the story behind that. It just sounds crazy.
I'll run your fast over this tractor.
God damn it, Cletus! I done told you one.
No, see,
this is the last goddamn time I'm gonna tell you before I hit you with this goddamn tractor. You understand me, boy?
No, that's actually pretty funny because I read a book where a dude was surviving the zombie apocalypse driving a tractor. That's just pretty funny.
That's when Junior said that one guy, it's like he was abusing the alligator.
My poor son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, when he went on a liquor run with a gator.
Only in Florida.
They just
Florida.
You don't take one liquor. You got an alligator. You're fucking right in the passenger seat.
Imagine getting pulled over by a cop. Like if I'm the cop that pulls you over, you got a gator on your passenger seat. I'm gonna look in the window. Carry on, sir. Exactly. I'm just gonna let you go.
Doesn't even look at you. It's just staring straight ahead. What the fuck happened here? I don't want to know. Keep it. Have a good day, sir.
You know,
Have a good day.
They just did a tax dollar funding where they wanted to know what alligators sounded like on helium.
Oh my!
Who the fuck is funding this shit?
Yep, in Florida. So they had
Species
the guys,
is doomed.
the scientists
Very
did
much
it
so.
and breathed it in, and then they tanked up these alligators on helium balloons and then watched them belch and videoed it to see if it was any different than like people.
You know what's crazy about that situation? What alligators sound like in helium is a thought that's never crossed my mind. But now that it's there, I want to know.
What have you been doing, Al? You got to expand your mind.
If they were checking our Google history, like, you were some sick fucks. Why is Al Googling the alligators in helium?
I now want to know what they sound like on helium. I'm going to look that up when I go home later.
Oh, it's got a video. It's got a video, and you can listen to it, too.
Jesus.
People with a lot of money
like
and knows nothing
dying over
to do.
here now.
We're fucked this
But Junior's only fucking Junior's Florida man, Al and Gator helium. It's true. Like you wake up, you fucking drink your coffee, you go hit the gym, you get a report like, yeah, you got to pull a guy over. What happened? He's going to buy a beer. He's got an alligator as a passenger with a seatbelt on. Like, well, at least he's safe.
At least he's strapped in.
He's obeying the laws.
Oh God!
Seriously, they're like, honey, you come home tonight. What happened? Like, I need a thing of vodka. What happened? Well, I walked in, I got a report, and this man was fucking his mother. It's like people give cops a lot of shit, but we don't. I never had to one time ever go to work and worry about walking in on a coworker banging his mom.
No, if that happened at our job, there's so much things that went wrong. There's so many things that went wrong that day.
Names are being dropped. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Even though, like, Goodwill, people talk. So if something like that ever happened, the customers would know.
I can imagine Sue coming home and Sue's hands are shaking. She's like, Chris, give me some of that fucking, that Kraken. Like, why? She's like, she pours a shot. Like, I can tell you something happened at work today.
Let's do the podcast. This needs to come out before it destroys me.
The fact that she asked for a glass of Kraken, you know it was heavy. Some serious shit went down at work today.
I mean, what happened to me when I came home from work today, like, threw me for a fucking loop.
Yeah. Her boss is fucking the assistant manager.
And his wife freaking, like, messaged me asking if like where he was because he hasn't been home in like a fucking week.
You should have charged her for information.
And then lied and said that we were in Kingston all week.
Yeah, I would have $50. I'll tell you.
Yeah, cash at me that $50 and I'll tell you that.
Like we weren't in Kingston. Was he fucking somebody? That's another $50.
You can hide your cash app information.
No, she flat out asked me. She's like, to be honest with me, is he in a relationship with?
I want to watch the world burn, so I would have been like, yes, in the cleaning closet too. How do you know this? I hear sounds.
This is why it's dangerous being my friend, because if you're my friend, like if I'm friends with the husband and the wife, don't tell me anything. I'm snitching. Don't tell me when you're cheating on her, because I will tell her.
No, this is the thing. I'm not friends on Facebook with his wife. His wife reached out to me, found me on Facebook, and reached out to me.
So she reached out. Yeah.
So obviously she knows. She's just looking for verification.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has a
So you just lied?
I told her personally, I don't know, because he and I have not, like, whatever closeness him and I had in the past, we don't have anymore. And literally, me and the assistant want to kill each other every other day.
Surprised she listens to this podcast.
Because you kind of
that would be
sorry, Bree.
That would be fucking amazing.
You're kind of like his second daughter, but this is
third daughter. He has fucking 80 kids.
But this is the man's sex life.
2 daughters.
You don't come before the man's sex life. So he's like, "Fuck you, Sue."
I mean, if you work with them, that's a different story.
I mean, I've heard from every cashier, donation attendant, other freaking third keys, and so on, that it's like a definite thing and it's happening.
Damn.
But if I don't hear it from the actual person,
what's the truth? It's like ask you about you and Longhorn. You're denied all day, but we all know the truth. So
that means great is degrading.
No, wait. Wait, so you said the Gildan location's open now?
It's not open yet.
Okay.
We have been working there trying to set the store up.
Yeah, because your brother-in-law Junior is going to make a strip up there.
Oh, he doesn't work there.
Kingston.
I'm not even saying anything. I'm just sitting here, just listening. I'm not even saying anything.
Junior, I may have said looked at you, but Chris doesn't work there now. So
that sucks.
I'm still gonna go up there and do Herbert on the intercom.
You can always replace him, I guess.
Just look at her Facebook friends. He's on there.
Wait, why isn't he working there for?
He got a better option. He someone he knows offered him an actual.
You said he got better options.
What did he
speak
do?
Speak more highly above yourself, okay?
That's fucked up.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
That's fucked up.
That was so.
That's why the Longhorn word.
Can I see the top to your?
I'm looking for
thing,
something,
please.
I'll provide you ammunition on that. I will provide you ammunition.
How the hell can you hit the rug when he's 10 feet away?
Anything else?
I felt that.
It was 8
kind of.
No, more like 8 feet, and she hits the rug.
Grow like a girl.
Don't forget to stretch your cream hamstrings.
No, he was offered a better job.
Oh, okay.
A better blow job?
Jesus.
Hand job?
Well, you better tell him to not become less of a man than he is.
A better bitty job?
No, you all know he does tattoos on the side. He was offered a position to have his own
doggy position? Missionary position?
Is he getting sex for discounts at this better position? That's disturbing that you took this long and have no answer.
Wait.
It's because I don't want to answer you because you guys aren't taking what I'm actually saying serious. You're being fucking assholes.
I'm gonna have a bottle of Kraken. What do you expect?
No, I understand.
Half a bottle. You barely even
position
suckle that Kraken.
No, this is 94%. This is thick.
It's 47%.
That looks like a big ass jug of maple syrup.
When it says 94 proof, it's 47% alcohol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
It's potent.
So, what percentage of the money for tattoos does he keep? Because normally a tattoo artist keeps around 30 to 40%. the rest goes into the parlor.
Well, now that he's going to have his own booth, that's probably what's going to happen.
I know.
When he was doing it as like him going and doing for like friends or family, doing like tattoos and shit, he would keep 100% of the profit, of course.
Would have to
So
pay
when he was
for all
doing
of his other stuff.
Damn. I was asking a question.
Actually, no, it might be better because doing it by himself, he has to pay for the needle, sterilization, all that stuff.
Exactly.
And it costs a lot of money.
Parlor, even though it's only 30 to 40%, you actually don't have to pay for the supplies because the percentage that goes into the shot takes care of that.
Yeah.
No, because he reached out to me asking what was going on with the job, and he's like,
drinking Pepsi.
Have they already provided like us going back? Like, where's the application? Do I have to reapply online?
See
what's going on? And when he was asking me, he's like, because I was offered to have my own booth at a tattoo parlor.
See, I was paying attention because of all of that.
Nah, shit blown up.
I know. It's terrible, the information I know about this stuff, but I was paying attention. I just wanted being asked.
No, Chris instigated it as always.
He always does. This is why you're the most hated person.
See? You can't blame me, Sue, because I know this kind of information.
Every time Junior's like, you're a horrible friend, I'm like, he's not wrong.
Horrible friend, horrible cousin. Horrible brother
I can't
figure.
even tell you how many times you try to set me up.
All the time.
I told Al, I've never tried to set up Al.
Great.
Because Al will kill you. Probably will kill you. Elliot will kill you.
No, it's because Al always feeds me. Why?
Elliot
That's true. Every time we've gone out to like dinner with you, you always wind up paying.
Elliot doesn't kill.
That's not true.
I mean, we split it, you know.
Yeah.
We take care of each other.
I got some Chinese at my house. So you
each other?
Actually, Junior did give me Denny's the other night, so I'm happy.
That's true.
Some
Junior wine and dine.
I know most of the time, every time I used to call.
Oh my
Kurt,
God,
like,
Junior actually.
what the hell took you so long? Well, you know, instead of them giving me gas money, they took me to Denny's or Friendly. So I was like, fuck it.
All they have to do is take me out.
Yeah.
Quickest way into my heart is through my stomach.
It's true.
It's
Chris is a whore if you give him food.
You must love me.
I think we're all whores.
or alcohol, because we met our friend
Food
Matt.
is definitely the way to my heart. 100%. Path is paved in
You don't
gold.
understand what it's like for a man to be satiated with good
Like I said,
food.
Sue was there at my birthday party. Matt can rub me as much as he wants. Mark keeps giving me alcohol. So.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
I know.
Did you say something about Junior rubbing your back or something?
No, I said at my birthday party, Susan was there, and
remember.
Jennifer's friend Matt was drunk as hell. He kept rubbing me, but he kept buying me free drinks. So I'm like, well,
I was still wondering about this chick, and I'm just like, why didn't you just like let me see your phone and just put your number in her thing? Because she was clearly throwing those moves on you that only a blind person would miss. Like Helen Keller would have picked this shit up.
way out of my league. And of course, my asshole sister. She's like, "Don't worry, she does it to everybody." Like, fuck you, Jen.
I don't
She
care.
does, because she was doing it to me as well.
Hey,
see, did you get a phone number?
I have her on Facebook, probably.
See, at least that's better than what he
Sue
did.
closed the deal,
My
Chris.
ass was like, sweetie, let me get that phone for a second. What's that? My number.
See, Chris missed out on a call.
Yep. I should have brought Junior, not
I
Susan.
became best friends with Matt's girlfriend while Chris was like, getting rubbed down by Matt.
You should have brought me while you were getting rubbed down. I would have went with her to the bathroom.
Well, I said I wanted to bring Junior, but Junior was working.
Hey,
of course.
Chris, hold my beer.
Yeah.
Literally.
I was crying in the corner getting free drinks.
It's funny because Chris doesn't drink beer, but that night when I got my freaking beer, he like took a sip of it and he's like, "That is the most disgusting stuff on the face." I'm like,
beer.
"You don't drink beer in the first place. Why are you even going to take a sip?"
Chris, why are you so sick if Elliot had her stretch her creamy hamstrings?
I'm a man. I want thick, hard liquor, okay?
Not that. Not apparently.
Thick, hard
This is taking a dark turn.
Chris, you want that thick?
He wants that Rex Goliath thick.
Like, did you not see the text from earlier? I'm like, that got gay fast. He's like, squid balls. I'm like, that got gay fast.
Ew.
He said the Rex
We are
Goliath.
killing that Kraken, so.
Oh, that shit you said, last week, Chris, about the octopus? like the dude getting fellatio for the octopus?
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
I've seen that shit.
Yo, when I read that, I was at work. I was in the middle of a break job. I looked at it and damn near dropped my phone. I was like, I can't even respond right now.
I think we need to make a chat with all 7 of us in it, because I'm pretty sure Sue would never say a thing. She would never look any of us in the eye.
I got a bunch of likes. I'm just curious. I'm like asking for a friend. Like, what kind of tool would you take to debeak this octopus?
A hammer.
That was
Jesus. I got done reading it. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I just experienced.
I did not reply. I'm like, what the fuck
I'm
do I
just
say to
happy
this?
these things are never sent to me.
You just
That's
know,
gonna
it's like,
change
my
things.
response,
We'll
there was literally
change
no emotional
ask Chris
response.
to
It
send me
somehow
anything.
killed me inside. I was dead
I
for
couldn't
like 10
answer.
seconds.
I felt bad for just simply
what I found
looking
funny
at
is,
the text.
you know, there's some asshole out there who's been fucking an octopus. There's gotta
Yeah,
be.
of
There's got
course.
somebody's
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
be.
Most likely in Florida.
And that picture alone was just crazy enough.
I saw that
It was,
picture.
yeah,
I was
the
like,
picture with like the story or the
put my phone down.
there
Guys,
it was.
he's laying back in the beach while octopus is covering his body. I'm like,
It was fucking awful.
It was the weirdest thing I'd seen.
because you know
was
somebody's
like, this is
doing that
crazy.
right now.
It was like somebody came up with this debeaking the octopus and then
It was
this is crazy.
fucking terrible.
Oh,
What?
Yeah, I'll tell you this.
yeah. Karen doesn't want to know.
She's looking at me like, what the hell Cthulhu shit are you talking about?
Karen, you think you want to know because you don't know
You
right now,
don't.
but once you find out, you will regret knowing.
Yeah.
Just like that android and
I'll live in
Death and
ignorance.
Robots.
That's
What's
okay.
teabagging?
I just want to know why Chris was the one who found all this.
I found it.
Chris.
I've accepted it. I found the weirdest shit. Yeah. So I found a funny article. Apparently this is like, of course, with the government doing what they do.
Pretty much.
But apparently 2 pilots that there's a jetpack. There's visual sighting of a jetpack over Los Angeles. Jetpack sighting at 3,000 feet flew over Los Angeles. Prompts investigation. Now the FBI is looking into it. There was 2 different sightings where these airline pilots were flying. They called into dispatch. Yeah, dispatch, we have a problem. What's going on? So we just passed a guy in a jetpack. They said at 3,000 feet approaching Los Angeles.
Wouldn't that burn their legs?
Well, this is what we talked about this for how long? Like, you know, the whole technology and stuff too. Have jetpacks. They talked about this for the past 20 years. Will they be available? But I'm just like, who had to seriously fuck up? Because, like, you know, this is some deep, dark, like, governmental shit where, like, but they've actually caught a guy in a jetpack flying 3,000 feet next to airplanes. They caught the son of a bitch. Like, and now the FBI is looking into it. Like, you know, it's some kind of secret military operations going on where they've got jetpacks now available.
But this,
like, they've proven it.
This
like,
isn't Iron
not a bad
Man.
idea.
You'd have to see that either the heat or the
Not a bad
force
idea.
from the propulsion
well, this guy was flying.
against the legs would hurt or burn
Whatever
them.
technology they're doing, this guy, the 3,000 feet. And the thing is, it wasn't just one; it was 2 different airlines. They reported they've seen this guy. They've seen a guy flying. This dude was flying with a jetpack on. So
That's some shit.
Well, didn't they just recently reopen the government for UFOs?
Susan has something.
Alice, just birds on freaking dildos.
I was
Birds on
unprepared.
dildos.
I
So
was
what you're
unprepared.
saying is hold door.
Wow.
Hold the door. I was unprepared for that. That is funny though.
Little do we know that those pictures were taken in Sue's room.
Okay, so it says.
I don't own one.
So they asked dispatch. So they
I
said,
don't need
okay.
one.
Tower America, 1997. We just passed a guy in a jetpack. The pilot from the American Airlines, 1997, said it's 6:35 p.m. on Sunday. Were they off to your left or your right side? The controller asked. The pilot said the person was 300 yards to the plane's left, and about 30 seconds later, a second pilot said they also seen the man pass by. The controller, after asking the pilot, says only in L.A. So now the feds looking into it about trying to find this mysterious person having a jetpack. The risk is obviously having a collision with an airplane or getting a drone, or the person getting ingested into an engine.
Well, what if it was just an elaborate drone?
You know what's weird about that? Last year in 2019, for almost all of 2019, millionaires have been going to Dubai where you can rent a jetpack for like like 30 minutes and fly around. Like Google it, you'll see it.
Wow.
It's weird. It's a thing you can do. I mean, I had never heard of it happening here in America, but in Dubai, they go out there, they rent a jetpack, and they fly around for like a half an hour.
You said it was in Dubai?
Yeah.
What happens if you hit a bird or something?
I have no idea. I'm waiting for somebody to post videos of some jackass crashing in a jetpack into the side of a building or a plane or a tree or a bird or something. I'm waiting to see it happen.
This is from 2015, Al. This is from, can I get a jetpack like those guys in Dubai from 2015?
2015? I hadn't heard about it till 2019. That's been going on for that long.
It says, watch a jetpack soar above Dubai at 250 miles an hour. Wow.
But
so, yeah.
Look at how much space there is in the sky. How the hell are you going to hit
Well, I'm just saying, the point is that if you had a technology this super secretive, the fact that you got caught doing it in the middle of like LA skies, like, wouldn't you do this shit like, 2 in the morning or something? Like the fact that 2 airlines caught you doing it was just, it just seemed kind of like really somebody was seriously careless, because this kind of technology you wouldn't want to even know this shit existed.
What is this?
The crazy thing is that what'll make it illegal is because no matter what city you're flying over, you would be violating some kind of airspace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what makes it.
You have a license to use that thing?
You didn't put in a proper flight plan.
Yeah.
Is it sleeping while you're flying?
What we're saying,
that is not my goal. Rent a jetpack and just drop trial mid-flight.
I mean, over California, anything's possible. Maybe they're the ones shitting in the sky.
Because you got diarrhea?
I'm going to target specific cars. I'm like, now I know what a pigeon feels like.
I was going to feel empowered.
So you hear
like, this is not virtue.
No, you know what's wild? Imagine coming out to your car and there's just like a giant human turd on your windshield.
Only in California.
That would put me in a fighting mood immediately.
Yeah, you're right.
Especially if you ate corn the night before.
Oh my God, that's gonna shatter a windshield.
Chipotle and Taco Bell with corn and tomatoes in it. Beans, refried beans.
No, we're gonna do the South Park thing. If it was Chipotle, just look for the people with blood in your underwear.
Could you imagine this though? You're so high, Al, that you take a shit and it freezes into a solid ball, and it smashes through someone's window before it starts to melt.
And
so now you have a destroyed window and a pile of human turd on your.
That's a bad day waiting.
That's the thing that breaks somebody's spirit. That day there's going to be a mass shooting.
Oh God! That day, that office worker went postal. What happened? Someone shit through his windshield.
And see, they're gonna imagine someone squatting over their window and shitting so hard that it burst the hole through the glass.
Oh,
who do I know at work that would do this shit to me? Got real. It got real.
The only thing you'd be thinking of was, who did I piss off this bad?
Who in the right mind would shit through my windshield? That's just not right.
It'd be a reign of terror in town as a repeat offender, especially if you did it at night.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. It happens at night. You wake up in the morning. That's the first thing you see. Like, oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh,
should do one in front of Mark's house.
His back breaking while he tries to get up to see what's going on. What the hell's that on my back?
He's gonna blame Carlton.
Have a back spasm so hard he shits themselves.
Goddamn, all those women who never.
It's Carlton's fault. He took a shit.
Imagine fucking
I can't even
making me shit myself.
Damn, that one girl for sucking that dude's dick when I was at her house.
Imagine the cops showing up at Carlton's house like, we've got a report that you shitted through somebody's window.
You're referring to this man as a man cat?
Worse than the Unabomber. You'd have to call it the shit bomber or something.
Fucking Carlton took a shit in front of my house.
I could kick his ass.
He took one long shit and then spell out my name.
That fucking Gringer.
Gringer.
So wait, what was that girl's name again?
Our cousin Amanda.
Yeah, next thing you know, it would first be Carlton, and then Amanda would have a shit going through her vehicle, and it wouldn't just be a normal one. Like this car would be destroyed.
Fucking Marquez Carlton.
Blame him for
Well, if he hated me before, if you listen to these podcasts, I don't even know what level beyond hate.
We got to come up with a scaling list because I think Carlton's number one, but who would be number
There's
two?
There's probably a murder shrine for me somewhere in this house.
No, see, I think it would be me because episode 7, I was so completely drunk, I could not stop staring at Jen and what she was wearing. So I think Mark, I think I would be number 2 because Mark would be like, "You son of a bitch, that should have been me."
No, Mark will hate me
my Jen.
Staring at Jen like that in that teeny bikini. Yeah.
I sent her a dick pic first.
She was mine. Family first.
Yo, he sent that picture like, look how buff I am. But it's like, you're still fat. What do you mean?
Yeah, literally.
Like that's not muscle bulging. That's just you curling up fat into a shape of a muscle.
He looked like he was going to pop a blood vessel. His face was so red.
It was. This was really red.
He's got the confidence to pull it off.
I don't know if it was confidence or just nothing.
Desperation. Somebody give me attention.
Like there's
Like,
nothing
you're
left
at the
for
bottom.
me anyways.
You want me to go up, right?
No,
that's a fact. If you're
Mark
at the
is
bottom, there's only up is the only direction.
No. With Mark, there is lower than rock bottom.
Yeah. There's rock bottom.
There's Mark
and then
bottom.
There's just
Mark bottom.
Right? You made a new term.
The only place that's lower than rock bottom.
That one is gonna stick.
Yeah, that the Eminem song that say rock bottom is like that's Mark Bottom.
Fuck, man.
He might as well be dead at that point.
he's gonna shoot himself in the head.
It's been mom.
Yo, Chris is Nancy said the funniest thing ever. Nancy said the funniest thing ever. She said in the next 10 years, I see Mark killing himself.
Fact.
Wow.
Like just jumping off a bridge and killing himself.
And we would all understand.
No.
We get it. We get it.
You're so bad you can't even be me too. So yeah, I can see it happening. You're too fucking gross to take this public. Get out of here.
He's the only ginger with gray hair. He's a gringer.
Gringer.
We got these new terms for Mark.
Hey, that's what happens when you hit my bottom.
Yeah. Oh shit! I think I just hit Mark Bottom today.
Now Al has made it.
Someone shot through my window. Mark Bottom.
The only place that's lower than rock bottom.
Oh, Mark.
No, you know it's bad when you're sending people text that your body is broken and that you haven't showered in 4 days.
That's disgusting.
I would never admit that, even if it was true.
Yo, admit it. I would never let it happen. How do you not shower? What is the justification for
His
not
back was
showering?
hurting.
Yeah.
Listen, literally, that's the only thing that makes any sense. If you tell me that I cannot get off of my bed, I'm like, all right, cool. But if you can move, Get your funky ass in the shower. Like, there's no reason.
Listen, his lower back came out when he picked his leg up. That's why he sat in the chair all day. He's like, fuck this, I'm not
the most exercise he gets is lifting up his debit card to put in those numbers to donate all of it on an OnlyFans or Twitch.
He should pay one of those delivery people to spray him with a hose after he's done eating. I'll give you another $5 to spray me down with that hose right there.
Uber Eats, you do showers, right? Wait, excuse us? Yeah, you'll shower me down for an extra fee, right?
Start a GoFundMe so he can get a loaf of bread.
Please help me. I eat peanut butter and jelly out of a bowl. This is inhumane.
You're vile. How do you call somebody vile?
He is vile.
Uber Eats now coupled with Uber Shower.
Yeah, Uber Shower. Uber pay us and we'll come wash you down.
For an extra $2, he'll come with a bottle of Irish Spring.
I don't know if you heard the episode last week, Junior. You should listen to that shit. The tangent I went off on.
Yeah, I have to finish editing it, Carlton.
For $5, he won't send a dick pic after you leave.
I said it's like Mark's gonna pay him $5 to have the Uber Eats guy feed him, and then another $5 so he could cry. This guy, be your psychiatrist.
Oh God!
Nobody responded to my dick pic.
Doesn't anybody care?
The ginger pickle.
He's going to muster up the strength to take care of us one by one. It's going to be a great horror.
It's not going to be one by one. There's going to be a night that we leave here, we go outside. He's just going to drive by and gun us down.
Yeah. He doesn't have a car.
Well, I like your optimism.
He can muster up the strength to lift an arm.
He's going to pay the Uber guy to do it.
Strength to text his brother.
He's going to go to town from an Uber.
No, see.
Uber drive by.
We just get Sue to come outside with us. We're all fucking safe. You're a lifesaver, Sue.
Give all his money to OnlyFans. Now he has the Uber to gun us down.
It's very sad. It's got Chris emotion. It's gonna Uber. He's like about to fall off the chair.
Uber kills.
The Uber guy's gonna be like, yo, if I get them all, is that 5 stars?
Well, I feel like it's gonna be a Deadpool.
Watch it be like a Stuber moment.
This Uber guy's an accessory to murder.
Uber kills, not coupled with Uber Shower and Uber Eats.
Fucking Corona.
That'd be like what?
Just hard times.
Oh my God.
What was the name of the cab driver from freaking Deadpool?
I don't remember.
Dopinder.
Dopinder.
Holy Christ.
Where he took his rival and put him in the trunk of the car.
Oh God.
He used to be able to walk to the bus stop, and now he has to take an Uber to work because he can't walk to the bus stop anymore.
No, he needs them to even help him down the
He's gonna have
freaking pick up his phone and text his brother.
Mark's gonna have that weird relationship in Cable Guy with Jim Carrey.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna be calling up his Uber guy like, hey, what are you doing?
I know
you don't need a ride.
I just want to know, how is your afternoon going?
I'm just saying, if you're not doing anything, we can hang out.
Oh God, you guys are stupid.
I can't.
Wild.
I think we should make a movie about all the shit that he's done. I think we would all be filthy rich.
Yeah. Oh my god, we would be. If we
the
had a
life
movie
of Mark.
Yeah.
We gotta make a movie about Mark.
See, Mark and Junior's dad. Holy fuck.
Memoir of a man cat.
Make it a documentary or something.
Yeah.
It's like Carlton Biggs. I showed Junior when I picked him up from work. Big sent me a text message. He's like, "What you gonna do, brother? When Trump mania runs wild on you?" It's got a picture of Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, he sends me pictures like that too. Like he's like, I don't know about you, but Trump's my president in like a freaking picture. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Trump.
And then when he makes an announcement, he's like, "Oh, we're gonna have a family gathering at 3:00. Cheese." But the way he spells cheese is different. See, normally people spell cheese, CHESSE, but he spells it
SSE.
But he spells it CHEZZ.
Yeah,
and we're just like, we're like,
what the fuck?
I don't even.
You think he eats enough of it to know how to spell it, right?
Like seriously, is him and Mark gonna have a walrus battle?
I lost 75 pounds going to fucking prison, and big gained weight going to prison. It doesn't make any sense.
Because all that Yaga soba.
Is that the equivalent exchange? You lost it. It had to go somewhere.
Somebody had.
Yeah. It's like energy. It can't lose it. It goes somewhere else.
Mark absorbs all of our negative energy. That's why it's so terrible.
It's funny, Carl. I should think about that. Like, listen to Joe Rogan. He's talking about like a different. Like they've scientists have talked about like different areas. Like you figure different comedy clubs and stuff. They feel like the energy and shit. Like if you're in a comedy club or a different house, they feel that people have theorized how different houses or neighborhoods or cities can have positive and negative energy. Sometimes I do wonder how true that is because, like, I'll be downstairs sometimes in my bedroom and I'm like, damn, why do I just feel like depressed all of a sudden? And, like, I feel like miserable and I'm thinking,
my spirit comes out of the floorboard.
Who was here a decade before me? That's why. Like,
come here, kitty. I'm so lonely and sad.
I'm sitting downstairs like, why do I just feel like negative all of a sudden? I feel depressed.
Damn.
That's why Sue likes to.
Kara saying it's like from all the years of him jerking off in his tears. Shit.
Why won't anyone ever love me?
Jerking off, crying. This is the same scene for the 5th week straight.
Oh my god, this is the best thing, and it's over. Come here, kitty.
He definitely did something. I
swear, I would put money that poor cat, if it could speak, would tell us stories that would haunt our dreams for the rest of our lives.
That is traumatized.
Is it under 15 pounds?
Yeah, she is.
I don't know. That look in her eyes haunts even.
Because those bestiality laws are very specific. Only over 15 pounds.
But I forget which one. Yeah, but that look in her, if you look in her eyes, it's just this 1,000-yard stare. I'm like, you poor bastard, here's your drink.
Oh, fuck. Well, I can do a comedy story, Carlton, but knock this out the park real quick. I only knew about this because Al sent this to me, and then I talked to you and Karen about this, but I'm not sure if Elliot and Junior and Susan knew about that, but like, do you hear about that kid that the cops said we tried defending cops and justifying these guys, but when they do stupid shit like this, I posted on Facebook like 2 weeks ago, but only because Al first sent this to me. But like, I know you guys might have heard about that. Two cops shot that fucking 13-year-old kid 5 times, and the kid had fucking Down syndrome and stuff. Like,
no.
Like,
autism. He was
autistic.
Like, I remember, you brought that up last week. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Karen heard about that. Like, listen, like I know Christian's based on me. Christian isn't the biggest kid on the planet, but like the fact that, like, say for instance, like, okay, Junior and Elliot show up to a house and they see a 13-year-old. What justification are you going to give me? The fact that 2 grown men shot a 13-year-old 5 fucking times.
He works
like
at retail.
Seriously.
He would do it over me. He works at retail.
And that's all because, and like Al said, like Al first sent this to me. I've seen this on maybe 1 or 2 news sites. I couldn't find it anywhere else. I read the entire article, and of course, the mom started a GoFundMe account. She's talking about that, but this kid is sitting there, and they show the pictures. It's horrible. He's in the hospital. He's in critical condition. Yeah. He has damage to his shoulders, to his lungs, to his liver. But like, okay, this kid has autism, but like, what? 2 grown men, you had to shoot a 13-year-old kid 5 fucking times? Like,
maybe he was the Antichrist. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've honestly been playing my SNES Classic for the past couple of weeks to avoid all the news and the bullshit. So a lot of things have bypassed me because I've been playing Chrono Trigger.
I mean, it's on the serious note, but I just want to get out the way because it was.
It's some serious shit.
But it's just like, just show me what universe you're coming through where two grown men shot a 13-year-old kid, and I see a picture of the fucking kid. He's not. That's Elliot with his Diet Coke. The kid is no more. The kid is not much bigger than Christian. It's like Christian's based off me. So Christian's never gonna be a big kid. But like, just the thought of like, if two cops show up to this fucking house and they shot my 13-year-old 5 fucking times, like you just explained to me in like I would say in any kind of like words in language I would understand how you justified you shot a 13-year-old 5 goddamn times. You didn't taser the kid, tack him to the ground. Like what? He overpowered you two? Like you're two grown men.
The thing that's weird about it is,
man.
It's not like Tamir Rice, where Tamir Rice was playing with a toy gun. They showed up and killed him. They used a justification. Well, we couldn't tell the toy was a toy. I could make some wiggle room for that argument. I won't, but I could. In this situation, the kid isn't even armed. It's not like the kid is like holding a weapon or, he has autism. He's going through an episode. His mother calls the cops for help, and they show up, and the response is 2 cops armed, guns down an unarmed 13-year-old kid because he's probably going through a traumatic.
Well, this is like, as I was saying, something similar. Like in the military, you get these people who sign up, and first of all, I'm like, how you guys get into boot camp? All right. And then when you get into actually get through boot camp and you're at the Coast Guard station, then you're like, how the hell do these people get through boot camp? It's like they somehow they make it through the minimum level of requirement to get the position. And then when they're faced with a real life situation, they don't
know how to respond.
Exactly. They don't know how to respond.
Plus, I blame the mother, and I can, because our youngest is autistic, and
I love you.
So many times
out there.
when parents, he was cycling, and he's 13 years old. So it's not a big surprise on how to deal with cycling. It's not like all of a sudden he is. He's 13, so he's a little bit bigger. She's been working with a doctor, a psychiatrist, probably medication. Your first call would be to your doctor and say, look, he's going through a cycling. I need help. Should I call, the paramedics to come and give him a shot? That's her first call. Calling the police, who knows what she told them, that she was being attacked by her son or whatever. They don't have training to deal with that.
With mental illness.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I'm not excusing that. Really,
I'm saying I agree with everything you say. I agree with every word that you've just said, 100%. There is no debate that I'll make with anything you said. The only issue I have is that, like, you're right, calling the police might have not been the smartest decision, but no matter what the circumstances, at the end of the day, the reality is she did call the cops and they did show up.
Yep.
There is no justification that they could make, that anybody could make to me, that makes it okay to kill a 13-year-old kid. He's not armed.
No,
he's
I
mentally deficient.
I don't agree with it either. It just sounds like they were truly incompetent, or there is much more of the story that we don't know about, because why would they even draw their gun?
Why not even be considered?
And this is the thing. Like, we don't know the whole story. That's true. That's a fact. But even with a massive chunk, let's say we're missing 90% of the story, the end result is 2 grown men trained as police officers showed up to a house of a parent in duress because of a kid going through an episode, and the end result is they killed this kid. Like, no matter what's going on, I'm going to be honest with you. Out of everybody in this room, I can't imagine me and any one other person unable to restrain a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
Like, right? I would not have to draw a gun down on him.
That's true.
Like, even if he's acting up and fighting back and resisting or whatever he's doing.
Punch him in the face.
Well, taser or pepper spray or something. My God.
I was saying the kid is still alive. He's in the hospital, but regardless of the point, like I was saying, the fact that it said it's like these guys, these cops, whatever their size may be, said Junior's a fucking average size guy. Elliot and Alan Carlton are bigger, than
Junior's not average. What are you talking about?
Yeah, yes, he's consider average.
Like 5'7".
Average.
You said height. I thought you was talking about shape.
I'm just saying like that. No, I'm saying, but in terms of like physicality, I'm saying like obviously Carlton, guys like you, Elliot, and Al, you guys are considered above the norm. But the point is that you seeing someone like Christian. Christian is like he's 13 years old. He weighs like a buck 10, buck 15. This kid I think was like 130 fucking pounds. But like I would say, the fact that you guys showed up and between tasers, but like even like if I said this on social media, if Christian showed up into my house with a fucking rocket launcher, I'm pretty sure me and Junior could disarm my 13-year-old. Okay,
depends on how far away you far from them.
Yeah,
exactly.
But it's like you tell me two grown fucking men couldn't handcuff or taser or just whatever all the nonviolent methods. But the report did say that reportedly this kid had a quote unquote weapon on him. The fucking head investigators in the police department who investigated the crime scene said this kid there was no evidence at all in the house this kid had a weapon. So now it's even furthermore fucked up that this kid was unarmed. So you're telling me that, okay, like I would say, at least if the kid almost had a gun or grenade or something with him, you could almost justify this situation. This kid was unarmed. So what possible scenario are you telling me that two grown men shot an unarmed kid who was 13 5 fucking times?
Well, what this justifies is defunding the police and reallocating money to other places. Training. To extra training.
They need to make the academy like even longer. They need to have
3 weeks
more classes. Yeah. They need to have better screening because there's always going to be people that slip through, especially people with psychotic tendencies. They're going to migrate to these positions.
Yep.
Positions of power.
They're in a position of power. And when you're in a position where you enforce the law and you finally get this power and you're a psychopath, you're going to manipulate. You're going to bend the law to please your psychopathic tendencies. And so they definitely need better screenings, pretty much before they even be put on a badge, they need to go through some extraneous processes. I mean, the military is pretty simple too, and you see what the shit happens there sometimes in the military.
Yeah, but I also wonder on the other side, on the flip side, you think about it. Even military, if as soon as you fire from your gun, they're all up in you investigating. The police are the same thing. So as soon as these guys shoot, they're immediately suspended for investigation, sometimes with or without pay. There's a lot to doing that decision. It's not like they wake up and say, let's shoot a kid today.
Yeah. No,
it makes you wonder.
That is true. Yeah. That is definitely true. But it goes, like I said, it goes a lot deeper than that because, like what Carlton was saying about, the psychotic tendencies, and what ends up happening is what happens often is when, they say cops go through millions of cases every single year. They get calls to millions of cases, and then you've got that small percentage that turns violent.
Yeah.
And that small percentage is increasing dramatically every single year. I did research. I actually did research today before I actually came over here. And even just from 2018 to 2019, that it went from like 1.4% to 6.1% of calls that cops make that they answer to that actually turn violent. That means it literally quintupled in just a single year.
Is that a word, quintuple?
It is now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Mark Bottom and quintuple.
Like it's literally like it's bad. Like it's when over 5 times the amount of calls that police answers turns violent, and that went from 2018 to 2019, and now in 2020 so far it's gotten worse. And the problem, it's not even just that's the problem as well. It's like once that funnels into social media, it just fuels more hatred, and it just fuels more violent situations happening. Yeah, because so where does the change need to happen to stop the cycle? And
There's another part I want to add to that, Junior. It's like, too, we're aware of all these cops shooting police. That's in the news all the time. But not really when police are being shot and killed. Just this year alone, the percentage of police deaths have gone up 30% over last year.
Yep.
And every time a cop is killed, every cop knows. So this could also be another, trigger for them. They're agitated. They're on the edge because cops are being shot too and killed.
Yep.
And again, to add that with poorly being trained for some of these, there's going to be rash decisions that are not accounted for. But it's like, you hear us like what the police shootings we've heard was the two cops that got shot in LA or Compton.
Right.
You hear about that. There was the one guy who got pulled over. I forgot where it was, but then he shot one cop in the head. Yeah. Then he shot the other cop in the chest and walked up, stood over the second cop, shot him in the head.
I've seen that video.
But, yeah. So, I mean, it's like we hear a few of these, but a lot more cops are being shot and killed than what they're saying. So I think when a cop is responding, again, this has to do with training to a tense situation. And there's already been a lot of cops killed, especially up 30% from last year.
Yeah.
In cop killings. It's like, obviously their training needs to be better, but they're going to be on edge every time they're going to go into a violent situation. Again, I don't know how this would justify with a 13-year-old boy, but I'm just saying in general.
That's what I'm saying, Carl. That's a problem. I've seen that video where I talked to you and Al about this. You've been shot before. Al's been fucking tasered. You and Al are pretty fucking big dudes. You guys weigh up to 300 pounds. And I've seen the video where that one guy, that guy had to weigh about maybe $120, $130. I watched a video where two cops show up to this guy. He was in his car. They fucking tasered him twice. 2 fucking times. They said, Al's a big fucking dude. Al's been tasered. Al said that's flat out dropped him. This guy was tasered 2 times. After that, they pepper sprayed this guy 3 times. He gets out of his freaking car.
I got pepper sprayed, and that shit ain't no joke.
That's what I'm saying. And again, you're what, 6 foot fucking 4. You're right now about 295. We'll say 300 fucking pounds.
320. Yeah, 320.
Yeah, exactly. but this guy was nowhere near the size of, say, you or Elliot. I watched this man be tasered 2 fucking times in a row. He was pepper sprayed 3 times. Gets out the fucking car, shoots one cop in the face. And fucking shot the other cop. He killed one cop. One cop was on.
That's the guy that he still managed to get away until he got caught later or something.
Yeah, exactly. But I watched the entire video, but consider this guy was nowhere near the size of you and Carlton. This guy was tasered 2 fucking times, then pepper sprayed 3 times in a row. So it's like, and he still killed one cop and critically injured a second fucking cop. So it's like, yes, sometimes they do get trigger happy, but also when you see videos like this, you also wonder why they get trigger happy for, because this dude was like my build, and like this guy took 2 full tasers and 3 fucking pepper sprays and still kills one guy and injures another.
The question then becomes, why not kill that guy? That's a guy that, if I tase you and I pepper spray you and you're still coming at me, that's a guy that should have been shot.
He gets out the fucking car. They couldn't tell when he got the car. Watch the video. He gets out the fucking car. He had a gun in his side holster and shit. And then as he's getting out of the car, shot 2 fucking guys. When they tasered and pepper sprayed him, he was still a passenger in his driver's car. As he got out the car, then he shot them. You know what I mean? So, but that's also the fucking problem. Is like, that situation, you would have at least understood the fact this guy was armed. You guys shot him and possibly killed him. Why did you shoot a 13-year-old 5 times? Because you didn't pepper spray this kid. You didn't taser this kid. From a physical standpoint, it makes no sense the fact that you tell me 2 grown men couldn't overpower a preteen. Like, no. Why would you shoot a preteen 5? Again, not 1 time, not 4 5 shots into a 13-year-old. I don't care what kind of, you couldn't handcuff this kid, pepper spray this kid. It makes no fucking sense. Like, I don't know.
And you know what? No matter what, we all have easier jobs than a police officer. We all go in. We know the general setup, makeup, bullshit of the day, and we deal with it. And even the bullshit that we deal with, and Junior, you and I are in there knee deep with the public all the time. And there are days that drive you crazy.
I'm ready to kill everybody.
Our daughter's husband was a Marine, and when he was home, he was a sheriff for the Vermont. And thank God he was also a dog handler, because at least she had his German Shepherd with him. Keisha was his partner. And he's a good guy. And he stopped because he went into law enforcement to help people and to make a difference. And he said, and we're talking Vermont, and, it could be from the border of you guys and Troy, and that way, all over. He patrols all that. But every day, he never knew what he was going to get. He'd come home, and sometimes he'd be like, I stopped these people on 91 because Brattleboro is a big drug hub, and you never know if you got some junkie coming out of the car at you, or even something where they'd stop, and he says, as soon as you got near the car, it smelled like shit and piss because they were so poor they couldn't afford good drugs, and they would crap in plastic bags and put holes and suck up the fumes to get high, and you don't know if they got AIDS or anything else. And so every day, every instant is going to be a different way. And so to get the right person with the right training, because it goes state to state, town to town, you got a town with a dinky ass one-horse sheriff, or New York City where they're dealing with mobs and different crime thing. So how do you nationwide do a training, hire the right people that don't get burnt out, that are psychologically ready to go, that every single day that they get up, maybe they'll come home, maybe they won't, maybe they'll be pulling a dead baby out of a car accident and then breaking up domestic abuse. How can you actually even train somebody to administer first aid CPR, make a split-second decision whether to shoot someone or not, protect themselves from druggies? Even when Carlton was working security at the hospital, and he had that one time where the cops had this
Psycho. Crack.
She weighed nothing, and she went through the police, and Carlton had to grab her.
She was literally like 95 pounds. The police officer there, he was definitely bigger than her, and he was built, but he couldn't control her. She was so hyped up on crack, this little girl was giving him a run for his money. So I had to kind of go out there and just slam her to the ground. I'm like 200 pounds heavier than her, but she was giving him a run for his money.
But I don't want him to come home getting, bit by someone on crack or something like that, or needles or whatever. I would not want to be a police officer. There's not enough money, and they don't even get paid a lot.
Well, you know what, Karen, you make a very good point, and that is all the questions you asked are fair, and they're very difficult to answer. There's no easy answer for those. It's hard to find somebody with the right mentality to deal with different changing situations every day, especially a situation where you could get up this morning, put on your clothes, go to work, dispatch could hit you up and say there is a problem, so-and-so, you go over there, and it turns out to be a nightmare. There are guys over there shooting out. Anything could happen. But it's a fair question. It's difficult to answer. But think about that same question from the perspective of the average everyday citizen that hasn't been trained, has no training, that if anytime I'm pulled over by a cop, I'm in panic mode, because if this guy turns out to be an asshole, it could mean the end of my life. Right?
Right.
It's kind of the same. It's the same deal on both sides of that coin, because the cops have it hard. Their job is hard, but they sign up for the hard job. Yeah. They know that it's a difficult situation they're walking into. On the flip side of that coin, when I have to deal with a cop, I don't know what I'm going to get. Just like he doesn't know when he's going to get when he's approaching my car. I don't know what I'm going to get when he gets to my window. So we're in the same kind of situation. The difference is he's had some essence of training to somewhat deal with it. No matter, it's unfair to say that he's equipped, because honestly, he's not. He doesn't know what he's getting into. But we're in the same boat, because I don't know what I'm going to get when he gets here. He doesn't know what he's going to get while he's approaching me. We're in the same boat. The only difference is people make justifications for a police officer doing something, and the reason for that is because, well, he's wearing a cop's uniform. It doesn't make him a good guy. I could find a scumbag that used to be a drug dealer, a murderer. I could put him in a cop uniform, and everybody's going to say, no, he's got a cop uniform on. He's got a gun and a badge. He's a good guy. But they're not always good guys. Now, I will never, ever say all cops are bad. I don't believe that fundamentally. I know that all cops aren't bad guys. I know cops personally that are good guys. But the cops that aren't good guys, they make it bad for all the other cops. Because
absolutely,
those cops are the ones that grab the headlines. A cop doing something stupid is the cop that's on all media everywhere. He's on social media everywhere. He's being talked about. He's the one that's making the headlines, and he's the one that gives everybody the feeling that cops are like this. And that's the bad thing. It's the same situation with the criminals, like the guys that are criminals that are doing shitty things. These guys that are gang affiliated and that are selling drugs, and cops have to deal with those guys, and they start to believe that everybody that is this shade or this race or that looks like this is doing the same thing. So that puts me in a situation where just because I'm black, this guy is associating me with the worst element of human culture because he's dealt with seeing all that shit all the time. So he's like, he could be in an apprehensive position approaching me. So I understand that it's my job to do things to not put him on edge. Like if I get pulled over, I'll turn my dome lights on so he can see inside the car. I'd have my license and everything easily accessible, no jerky motion, so I make him comfortable. At the same time, I would like cops that make me comfortable. The other day, I got pulled over by a cop. It was a very smooth transition. Nothing bad. He respected me. I respected him. It went smoothly. But everybody doesn't have that situation.
Yeah.
Every time the cops get called, it doesn't go that way. And cops, the difference is that the cops sign up for the bad job. They sign up for the tough job. They make that choice. But the average everyday citizen doesn't make that choice. We don't get to say, when a cop shows up, this is how it's gonna go. It's kind of the same. Yeah. The same situation. The questions are fair. They are fair questions, but they're hard to answer. There's no easy answer for those questions.
Yeah. No, and personally, I think that the job of the police officer has evolved. The expectations of what they deal with now has evolved over the last, I don't know, maybe 30 years. 20 years, 30, 40 years. Yeah, because our society's issues have evolved. I don't think the training has evolved.
Oh,
when I look at, like, you go to the doctor, when we were kids, everyone just went to the regular family doctor. Yeah. And basically that's all now you can't go to a family doctor for nothing but a Band-Aid. He went in for his shoulder and the doctor said, well, I'm just a general practice. I'm going to have to send you to a specialist and over to somebody else. And you just don't have one doctor. I have a female doctor. I have a regular doctor. I have somebody else a doctor, because there's no easy answers anymore. And general doctors don't have all the answers. And I don't think we've evolved. And now we've hit the wall where we have problems. We have problems because I don't think we've evolved our training and support and really updated our police department to what our society needs for effectiveness.
I think this is social.
That training could be across multiple facets too. Not just police, but multiple facets.
I think that as well.
All the training that's out there is dated. Like 2 years down the line, it's dated.
And it's not going to change because it goes town by town, state by state, and it all boils down to money. And if there's no money to update your equipment or your training or your infrastructure, your vehicles, then it's not going to change because they don't have the tools to be better.
The thing is, realistically, money is only an option because there are people who control them. Like, understand that we have a federal government, and our federal government's job is to assist the states and local governments. The real function of the federal government is to be the backing of the states and the individual local governments. When there is money in our country, it's just that there are people who control our money, and this isn't a Republican or a Democratic thing. It's just the people at the top, period, who control the money never really want to let it flow in certain directions. They want to do what they want to do when they want to do it, and they only make major spendings for political reasons to gin up their party or whatever. And that happens whether you're Republican or Democrat or whatever you want to vote for. That's just the way it goes. So in terms of our local, like if you live in a specific town and your local town needs money for the police department, that police department is supposed to be able to turn to the governor of the state and say, we need funding for this and that. And if the state doesn't have the money, that governor is supposed to be able to turn to the federal government and say, we need money for this. And the federal government is supposed to provide funding. because that's why citizens all across the nations are taxed. That's why every one of us that work pay taxes, so that no matter what part of the country we live in, our tax dollars can be effective for us. But
it doesn't work that way.
It doesn't, and that's the problem.
Even Ben, that's one of the reasons he quit. He said he was getting pressure because they don't get the money from the government, and the only way that other ways that they can get money, if they can't get it from grants and they can't get it from the government, is write more tickets, because then they'll get money that way. Yeah. And he says, I'm not writing more tickets just so, I'll get my hours paid this week. That's not what I became a police officer for. And that you shouldn't have to push them to do things like that,
True. I agree.
That reminds me of a quote. And I want to say it because it's going to make me sound smart. But no, this honestly all makes me think of this quote for like the past 10 minutes. I'm like, holy shit, this all reminds me of this one quote. He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby become a monster. And if thou gaze into an abyss, the abyss will gaze into thee. I wanted to become a cop when I was younger.
The fuck, giving us Bible references here?
I would have become a terrible cop because I would have seen all the corrupt people, all the bad people on both sides, and I would have become that. That's why I never became a cop.
On a side note, Elliot, what's funny with that is listening to Joe Rogan all day today, and he had listened to it 8 years ago. He had Andrew Dice Clay on, and Dice Clay said like a lot of comics.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Dice was telling like Joe Rogan that he says when I was a kid, he goes, I wanted to either be like part of the military, a comic, or a cop. And Dice was like, you know what, Joe? After dealing with a lot of guys in clubs and stuff, he goes, I figured, he's like, dealing with being a cop on an everyday basis, you deal with a whole shitload of assholes. And Dice was like, I hit a point in my life where it's like, I'd rather be a comic making people laugh, because he goes, I wouldn't want to protect people that treat me like shit on a daily basis. And Dice was, and there's a lot of people, all of us, I think at some point, every little boy either wants to become like, a superhero or a fireman or a police officer because of what it represents. It does represent helping people and doing the right thing. When you see that, you see how much stuff as you get older, how much shit is wrong. Where like, I was listening to Dice's interview, talking to Joe, where I'm like, you know what? He's not fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Because I mean, just like all of us here have stressful jobs. Everybody, even Carlton, Karen, we have stressful jobs to an extent. But compared to what cops deal with on a daily basis, it's like our jobs are like Disneyland compared to what they're dealing with. And these people are making like, whatever, 18, 20 fucking bucks an hour and shit.
Yeah. With what both of my brothers dealt with. One was in the Army, one was in the Coast Guard. I have a friend who's dead because he got shot in the back in the Army. Yeah. I was like, if I would have seen that happening, I would have just shot up a town. Like, you killed my friend. I don't give a fuck about the rest of you.
That's why you're not mentally suited.
Yes, but I can admit that I'm not mentally suited for it, because I would become the monster that I would want to stop.
That's the point. See, the thing is, not everybody is mentally suited to be a cop or military, and that's a problem we're having.
Some of them still are, though. That's
what I'm saying, Al. That's a problem. 100%. A lot of these guys aren't like, everybody's seen my job, see Al's job, but even Junior, Susan, and actually Al, Elliot, and Carlton. Well, Carlton did it for a little while, but everybody here has seen me at my job, and all of you have admitted that, Chris, your job, we could not mentally do your job.
No.
And it's honestly, the past 6 months, I've been drinking a lot more because of my fucking job.
I did it for 2 years as working at Walmart as the changing room attendant.
But I've seen this. I've worked fucking in retail with Burger King or Arby's. I worked with fucking Susan and Goodwill, and even Susan said this shit. Me and Susan have worked in Goodwill and retail, and being whether it's a subway driver or a bus driver or a taxi driver, you see a whole difference in human scumbags being a bus driver. And even I admit, as bad as my job is, now take that and be a fucking cop, where it's like. So it's like,
I couldn't do it because I would become that piece of shit I would have originally signed up to stop.
But this is probably
no, go ahead. No, I was going to say, the whole thing with you, Elliot, is certain people, they see the darkness in other people and it lets them fester in them and they reflect it back, where other people can face it and can push it back and keep it at bay, for lack of a better, terms.
Hey, I'm 35. I think I've done a great job not hurting anybody.
I can tell you, there are days where I feel completely jaded, but at the same time, I'm like, well, let me try to understand it from their point of view.
Yeah.
You know, that's why it's like there's some things I don't really push back on because, like, honestly, I look at my life and I'm like, how's this affecting me? You know, for the most part. And in what way will this change? But I look at people, it's like, why are they like this? Because I took a lot of psychology classes in high school. Sorry, college. And it just, I always like to see how things, like, how do people think this way? When, like, someone does something, like, my mind can't comprehend that. But, like, why are they doing this?
Well, that's also been the point, Carlton, in this podcast, where it's like, I 100% understand the fact that, like I said, like, your and Karen's, your lives and the situation and the area you live in and stuff too. All this stuff happening doesn't affect, technically speaking, your guys is like, you know, your lifestyle and shit.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that this is the problem I've always had with people is that there's so many people out there, millions of people that are like, you know, well, this doesn't affect me. I don't give a shit. And I'm like, yes, no doubt that it doesn't affect your area, but like that could come down to whether this is child trafficking, this is some guy fucking beating his kid to death. The fact that it doesn't happen in your area doesn't exclude the fact that it actually is happening. And that the problem, not saying that you and Karen don't give a shit, but like so many people, and Al said this on the podcast plenty of fucking times, that people, unless it affects you directly, it doesn't hit home until it affects you directly. And that's the fucking problem we have, is the fact that it's like, I'm in a fucking neighborhood. Well, the neighborhood, the house that's 4 houses down, their kid died. Well, you know, I'm kind of sad, but not really sad because it didn't affect me. It hits home when in your household your kid fucking dies. No, the community aspect and even a broader spectrum, the nationwide aspect, it should be affecting everybody. And this is the fucking problem: is this police brutality shit is happening all the fucking time, but because it's not happening in certain neighborhoods, most people don't give a shit, and that's the fucking problem. This shit, whether it's a kid fucking getting killed in New York City or New Hampshire or fucking Boston, as a country, as a fucking, and Joe Rogan said this shit, as a tribe, this should be affecting everybody. But so many people don't give a shit because, well, this doesn't happen in my neighborhood, I don't fucking care. But the problem is, eventually, if we don't nip this shit in the bud, if we don't stop this shit, like I said, cancer fucking spreads. That's a fucking problem. You know, I said, so many people, it doesn't happen in my town, my community, my neighborhood, I don't give a fuck. Well, you know what, dude? If you don't give a fuck, eventually it's going to affect your neighborhood. Then you'll start giving a shit. And that's the problem I have.
See, I'm aware of everything and the impact it all is and the importance of it all. But I have to, at the same time, I have to still function to one point, still go through my life, but I'm not impervious to it. I'm not like, oh, just, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't concern me. I just have to weigh, how do I continue as is? You know, I was like, yes, it doesn't directly affect me because, you know, that's person issues, but I'm like, okay, I understand their loss. I understand their sadness. I can understand how they could react to this. And I'm aware of this, but at the same time, it's like, I have to still go on with my life to an extent.
Well, that's the point we're making and all of us are up there except for Susan, obviously. But like when everybody was up there, when we would sit outside in your back porch and talk to you and Karen about the fact that you live in a neighborhood in the community where something bad happens, the entire fucking community, everybody gets involved. And that's the fucking problem we're having, is that, yes, that happens in your neighborhood. The problem is, like, right now in Elk Street, if something happens in Clinton Avenue, take Junior, for example. Junior's on Clinton Avenue. If something happens in his block, maybe 2 houses give a shit. Problem is, like, overall, as Americans, we just don't give a shit because it doesn't affect us directly. And we said
it goes back to that value. How can this be valuable to me? They put that value on stuff.
The problem is, like, getting more people to care. And this is the thing, is people don't care. And this is what we said last week with the whole 9/11 thing. 9/12, as a fucking country, everybody gave a shit, you know. But that was 9/12. That was back in 2000 in fucking in
2001. Yeah, 19 years ago.
The past 19 years, just see how much we have changed. Where people just don't give a shit more. And if this keeps continuing the way it's going, it's going to come down to fucking like our society, our economy. Everything's just going to fucking collapse. Because Americans used to have, like, I'm proud to be an American. Even like my job, for example. Al said this. Al's been at my job, Carlton. You actually got me into my current job. There was a sense of pride being at my company. Now, that's fucking rare. Because I was even talking to some coworkers today. I had a 10-minute break, and again, our company is low on help. It's low on personnel. It's low on whether it's drivers or cleaners or fucking techs, and people just keep quitting. Nobody wants to stay at this company anymore. And the company's mentality is, well, you know what? If 5 drivers quit, we'll just hire 5 new ones, and that's the fucking problem.
Oh yeah, it comes down to the company valuing you, and it kind of makes you feel enriched when you actually feel like there's people,
I was about to touch on that. You're right. You're right about that.
Because when I first started my current job, when I first started this job, they had so much morale and so much they did for the employees. I'm like, I like this job. They put us, they respect us, what we do. We work hard, and some days are extremely busy, but they respect us, and if you feel good, you feel fulfilled. And then as they started acquiring more business, they got bigger and more corporate. Now it's like some of the stuff is still there, but it's less. Every year we have a customer care week where they would buy us food, breakfast, lunch for the entire week, pizzas, everything. And then we get up to this year, we don't have a budget for you guys. I'm like, but we crushed the budget since March, since COVID, for all the money we've been making. How can we not have a budget to do this? Yeah. So, it makes you feel like they're focusing more on the customer than the people who take care of the customer. And
I think that's what happened to me. Just after a while, I didn't feel like anybody cared about me, so I stopped caring about most people.
And that's probably most
companies. That's always the direct effect. The minute you start to feel like, well, they don't give a fuck, so why should I?
Yeah,
that's where the spiral begins.
I like all you people here, so you're all okay. Like, I care about what happens with you 6, even though Karen went to sleep. She's kind of lost because she's amazing. So if anything happened to you guys, I would body slam
even the point
somebody.
that Karen was making, though, was the fact that, like I said, the police training, this shit's always been fucking going on. The problem is social media now is making this shit more likely.
Exactly.
Imagine if this happened, 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. Cops shoot a 13-year-old freaking kid with autism or Asperger's, whatever the hell the kid had, and nobody would talk about it. Now, because of social media, everyone's talking. Well, some people are talking about it. This whole thing with fucking black people, it's been proven. It's whether it's black people, Native Americans, people that are from India or Afghanistan, or people that are Chinese people and foreign people, the cops, not all of them, but as an institution, treated people that weren't called what it is, white fucking males, treated them like total fucking bullshit. Now, social media is proving, it's showing how things have, it's this is nothing new. This shit's always fucking been here. Now, because of social media, we're all fucking aware of it. Yeah. The problem is, how do we change this? Because like Al said, whether it's Al, Carlton, Junior, Susan, or fuck Elliot, if the point is if my kid's having a problem, I should be calling the fucking police to come and help me. I'm not calling the police to come and execute my fucking kid.
Exactly.
And that's a fucking problem. It doesn't matter if the kid is white, black, and that's also a problem I have as well. Social media and the media is they're striving on this clickbait and these news articles. This kid who's 13 years old, this is a fucking white kid. Had nothing to fucking do with this whole quote unquote white privilege shit. No, a 13-year-old white kid was shot 5 times. I can pull up news articles and YouTube videos where white guys are being killed by cops. It's like, stop making this massive racial fucking divide. The cops as a whole are out of hand. It doesn't nothing to do with black, white, Hispanic, gay, lesbian, trans, whatever. It's the cops are killing people. And numbers they shouldn't be doing. The cops as a premise, it's like the military. The military should be there to fucking protect us. The cops should be there to fucking protect us. It doesn't matter what your skin tone is or what your sexuality is or your fucking gender is. They're supposed to be fucking there to protect you, and they're not protecting us. It doesn't matter whether it's black or white. They're fucking shooting people that shouldn't be. That's the point of cops is you're supposed to be fucking there to protect us, and you're not protecting us. And that's
largely the basis of how a lot of people feel. And the thing is, the argument is being made that all that needs to happen for everything to go back to normal is for our leaders to pass legislation that makes it not possible for the cops to just
get away with what
they're doing. If there's an investigation and the investigation proves that this killing is unjustified, you you need to serve jail time for this murder.
Exactly.
That's all they need to do. They don't need to, nobody's asking them to like target all cops or restrict all cops. We know that the cops are a necessity. Our society can't function without a police force, right? But the problem is, it's like Carlton said, there are guys who are on the force, because all police aren't bad. I can't stress this enough, right? I can't stress it enough. All cops aren't bad cops. But the ones that are bad, these guys are fucking extreme. And they make every other cop look bad. They make it impossible to trust a cop, where everybody's going to have situations where you get a run-in with a cop, and the cop's not going to be an asshole. He's going to be a nice guy. You comply with whatever he says, and he's going to be fine. But then you're going to meet those cops that are douchebags. Those guys shouldn't be in there, but they're there. And those are the type of guys that leads to shoot. Those are the ones that make it impossible.
We said this before, it's Carlton, Junior, Susan, you or myself, you, Elliot. If any one of us go to work tomorrow and somebody dies because of our fucking negligence, I'm not going to have a job tomorrow.
But not only in our particular job, not only are we not going to have a job, we're probably going to see jail time behind it.
If Junior fuck goes to work tomorrow and he drops the fucking refrigerator in somebody's head and kills them, probably going to have a job. If Susan, whatever, drops the fuck, whatever, it's Elliot. Anybody here, Carlton, if any of us who've been trained and been at these jobs for a certain amount of times, if any of us, because of our fuck ups, cause someone to lose their life, we're probably going to fucking lose our job and shit. Cops are constantly killing people and like, you guys are the week suspension, you're back on duty. What?
Here's the biggest problem.
You just killed a person. How are you back on duty a week later?
Here's the biggest problem. Since 2009, there's been 17,200 deaths by police officers. 17,200 since 2009. Only 1,500 of them were cops caught charges. 36 convictions in 11 years. In 11 years, there are 36 convictions, where 29 white cops and 7 black cops. Every single one of those 36 convictions, every single one led to a lesser charge. They didn't go to jail for as long as they should have for a crime that they committed. And for example, like when that small white cop went into that wrong person's apartment in Texas, and gunned him down in his execution style in his head while he was smoking weed in his apartment. And it was his apartment. She walked into the wrong apartment, trashed, and put a gun to her head, and put the gun to his head and blew his brains out in his own apartment. She only got tagged with like manslaughter 2 or something like that, and only served 5 to 12 in prison for that, when she should have got hit with, murder 3.
Yeah.
Murder. No, I wouldn't say murder 1.
If you walk into the apartment and intentionally just shoot them,
but here's the thing.
Yeah, the justice system is weird.
Exactly, but I would say murder 3 for 2 reasons. One, it wasn't murder 1 because there was no prior knowledge of that person knowing the suspect.
Murder 1 is premeditated.
Yeah, that's premeditated murder, so it can't be murder 1. It can't be murder 2 because it's not an indirect killing. Murder 2 is like if I'm shooting at Chris but I kill Susan. That's murder 2. You know what I mean?
Shoot Susan.
It's just an example.
I know. Don't mind me. I'm a little drunk and
we've seen this shit
everywhere I go is
yeah.
Ruth Bader
But
murder 3
is like negligent homicide. So
yeah, it would have been murder.
Yeah, 3. Murder 3 is like negligent homicide, where it's basically your judgment was clouded and it caused the death of somebody. You know what I mean? So technically,
you said it was she was a short little woman.
Yeah, it was like a short white woman, and she was a cop. And she walked into the wrong apartment and literally executed.
And this also comes down to too. You're a small 5'3" woman want to become a cop, and you're mostly going to be dealing with men who are 5, 6, 7,
way bigger than
to 6'6".
Okay,
I understand. There's
a woman who's like 5'1". Like seriously, I could probably take Elliot down, no problem.
I don't know
if I just stick him in the right place.
I don't know.
Yeah, but still,
you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
It comes down to she's putting herself in a position where most of the criminals she's going to be dealing with are larger men than her. Yeah. So she's already on edge because she could easily be overpowered. I understand she wants to be a cop, but why would you want to be a cop if you're going to be overpowered 99% of the time? Well, then it's going to lead you to do this stuff. So I believe every woman should have the chance to do every job, but should they really think, should they do this job?
No,
but that's the thing. A woman of that stature, she can still become a cop, but she can be like a beat cop. She can do other things.
But if she doesn't have a partner, she's going into a house.
It's hard because Susan Joe Rogan talked about this. Like, it's like Carlton was saying. Like, from a female standpoint, like, if you go to police training and stuff too, you become a cop and everything, you face against other women. It's still the point that 99% of these crimes are from fucking males. Yeah. And it's going to come from guys anywhere from like Al size to like Carlton size to like Elliot size. It's still the point that a woman is less, like I said, physicality wise,
and they're not respected either.
You'll have much easier time dealing with a female who's your stature versus like someone the size of Al and Elliot. Yes, there's possibly you may take Al or Elliot down. Also, we've seen fucking videos, and Dad talked
about wants to be taken down.
When Dad told me this fucking story where it's like everybody here from a guy's standpoint would say, well, how does a woman kick a fucking guy in the balls and the guy keeps coming at them? Dad said he knew a woman said, Bonky, listen, this guy came at me. With everything in my fucking soul, I kicked this guy in the fucking nuts. He looked at me, he didn't even freaking flinch. He came at me and he fucking straight up raped me. But it's a point that like if the adrenaline's running, we've seen guys take multiple tasers, multiple like even gunshots. I seen a video.
Because if a guy's like on something,
it's a point that like if a woman comes at you, Sue, there's still a 50, 60, whatever, 70% chance the fact that you can take her down. Versus if Ellie comes at you and
there's 100% chance that I'm taking the bitch down.
I'm saying if Ellie comes at you, Elliot just as is. There's a very fucking slight chance you can take him. Now add that to Elliot being on PCP. There's nothing besides even a shotgun blast. You're not going to stop him coming at you and doing whatever he wants to.
Even sometimes though the shotgun blast won't work.
That's my fucking point.
Oh, there has enough force to take him down.
Well, I'm saying, from a physical standpoint,
for how long?
From a physical standpoint, someone the size of Elliot or Al's size, she could fucking taser or pepper spray this guy. She's not stopping him.
Yeah,
that's how.
But also too, it's not going to be also too. It's not often that a female officer will be able to de-escalate a situation because even in just the general public, if a guy is talking to a woman, for example, every time Karen would go to to get the car service, she knows a lot about cars, but they talk down to her. They're like, "Oh no, it's okay, little lady," And so she has to call me, and all I do is just stand there, and she gets to yell at him, and he can't retaliate.
The company I work at, which I won't name, but I work at this company. I work at this company. You've seen this as well. If Susan's driving a bus or a fucking cab, and a guy walks in a fucking bus with an attitude, he'll back down to you. He looks at Susan. He's gonna laugh at fucking Susan's face. We said the most instance I've heard about my company for the past 3 years now. 99% of the fucking times it's towards female drivers. As I said, if they see a fucking dude the size of Al, the size of fucking you, walk into a fucking bus.
So that's that's already social.
Yeah,
that's already social conditioning.
Yep.
It's already social conditioning where men, just don't see women as intimidated. So then you put them in that cop's uniform. At most, they're going to look, depending on what their figure is, they're going to look attractive, but they're not going to be intimidated.
But there was no escalation of that situation.
I know. I'm just. Yeah, she shot her, but she shouldn't have been in the situation to begin with. Due to maybe she was a fine cop, but she's going to be always on high alert due to her physique.
Yeah,
she's always. And therefore, it's like if you're already coming into a situation tense, you're going to escalate it faster than it should be.
Exactly. Yeah. And the thing is, though, it's just the fact. Another thing is too about the justice system looking out for cops is that. When you try to charge a cop, because she got charged with an unrealistic crime that wasn't related to the crime that she committed. So they were able to lessen her crime and charge her with something. She had to do jail time. She did I think she did 3.5 years because she got out on good behavior. She was sentenced 5 to 12 years, I believe. But it was the fact that because the justice system initially charged her with a crime that didn't make any sense, even though it was going to give her a lot of jail time, that they were able to lessen the charge on it. And they do that a lot to cops.
What the hell was on your mind?
Like this, I'm sorry, but if I go out and shoot a pedophile because this is a known pedophile, it's like, you got to serve 15 years and I'm out in 5 because of
good behavior.
What is that? Because I said I will no longer shoot pedophiles, but then I get out and I'm like, you fucking idiots let me out. And I go and shoot more. What are they going to do? We shouldn't have let you out. No, duh.
Well, I mean, that it's a cop. You got to understand, this is a cop doing time.
Yeah.
So of course they're going to let that person out on good behavior and stuff like that. I don't know if she's still working with the police, any police force or not. I'm not 100% sure on that. All I do know is that every single conviction that a cop had, they did, whether they did time or not. And I think half of them didn't do time that were convicted of a crime. Half of them didn't even do jail time, by the way. They just lost their jobs.
And you know what's messed up about that is that it feels like it's not fair.
Charlie Kraken.
No. Because anybody that murders a cop it's a capital crime. So you could get the death penalty depending on the state you're in. You're going to do a life behind bars, which is as it should be. Cops shouldn't be up for targets. They shouldn't be targets. You shouldn't be able to kill a cop. But then on the flip side of that, when a cop does something wrong, they should be held to that same standard.
Yeah.
As a police officer, you should not be allowed to do something, especially like I hate any situation where a cop draws his weapon and kills somebody that isn't armed and is physically easy to subdue.
Exactly.
If you are
a 13-year-old,
if I can look at you and say that, shit, if I was on the scene, I could have subdued that guy.
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to be dead. Like, no stupid things like getting pulled over for a parking taillight being out or headlight being out, whatever. Those things shouldn't lead to somebody being dead, but oftentimes they do.
Yeah.
And it's just because you get weird situations where a cop is power tripping.
Well, Susan, like all jokes aside, like I said, you versus Christian. If Christian pulled out, it's just what if scenarios. If Christian pulled out a fucking knife, from a physical standpoint, you could easily overpower my 13-year-old.
Oh, yeah.
Now take that. What if you had Al and Junior show up? Okay, this kid had no weapon. You tell me that Al and Junior couldn't take down a fucking 13-year-old who weighed 105 pounds?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys couldn't take Christian down, I believe there was something.
Listen, if I can't take down a 13-year-old on my own, there are other issues involved.
Okay, I shouldn't be. I can tell you right now, I am 39 years old. I weigh about fucking 232 right now. Al could easily take me fucking down. Now take Al and Junior. It's not even a question. Like I said, now my 13-year-old weighs 100.
Phrasing.
My 13-year-old weighs 120 pounds less than me. Al and Junior can take him down. Come on, it's.
I mean, I'll take him down, but it won't be the nicest ways. It's going to be a spear into a wall.
What's Al said? It makes there's no sense at all.
I'm just saying, I would take down a kid who's a threat, but it's not going to be in the most pleasant of ways.
But also, what if this kid is unarmed? So I understand the fact that
I'll be up to tuck you in later.
That's right. Bow chicka wow wow.
I'll read you a nice lullaby. Maybe I'll sing it.
I'll serenade you with my penis.
Great evening causes tap out.
You become my bodyguard.
I'll take Junior out. It's okay.
Junior's gonna get raped.
Buy Junior a freaking bottle of freaking Fireball and he's good.
Yeah,
that's his payment. He'll be fine.
In your dreams, if you hear that,
Junior has to try the Kraken.
I'm not drinking that squid ink. I already told you that.
Yo, the Kraken has fucked me up. The Kraken's got me.
Considering Chris stole my last freaking bottle.
Sue, in all seriousness,
a Fireball.
I'll buy some more.
Sue, in all seriousness, I hate seeing you go, but I love watching you leave.
That is the corniest shit I've heard in my life.
I'll check her. Hey, Suzanne, I've come to lay the pipe.
I just love the way those squares.
Well, see, what if we editing this? Listen to the final news article. So,
okay.
I can do this because Susan's going now. Or Carlton.
Okay.
I wonder how.
Guys, I gotta go upstairs and get Sue pregnant. See you guys later.
I wonder how red her face is right now.
Oh, Junior.
I'll do one more news article because I'm fucking.
Release the Kraken.
So, Al, all right. Last episode we talked about that. Well, at some point, because Junior's here, we'll talk about our different fears and shit. And there's different things that you worry about, like I'll flat out admit that, like being buried alive, I wouldn't want to. It's just that shit scares me. The fact that being buried alive, drowning, this has never affected me personally. The past week, every time I do my business, I check into this. But So I can tell this how you guys. So there was a man that hey Junior, you read this because I'm too loaded.
Oh goodness!
I can't read this shit.
Shit on Deborah's desk.
So, this dude was in India, Al. He sat down. He went to go take a shit.
His name Sarah Pop Masquerade?
He went to go take a shit.
Jesus.
Okay, and as he's taking a shit, he feels a burning sensation in his penis. So you think, okay, what is the burning sensation in my fucking penis? He looks down, and there's a python latched to his dick.
I can think of worse things.
That is a nightmare scenario.
Yo, what would you do if you look down, you seen a fucking python latch onto the head of your dick?
I would start punching a fucking python in the face.
This is the thing. Your first instinct will be to punch him, but then he's got your dick in his mouth. I'd be like,
it's already too late. His fangs are in your dick.
And if you hit him hard enough, you can chop it off.
It's like that. It's like that. Well, it's not a Confucius saying, but it's like a man knows real patience when he has a mosquito on his balls.
You can't slap it.
Fuck that.
The past week, every time I've stepped,
elbow dropping a fucking snake.
You can't slap it off.
What I'm saying. Elbow drop.
You go like this.
First, you gotta just fat it and hope he leaves.
Maybe I'll take a picture and put it on Instagram like, yo, ladies, look at my python.
There was my top 5 things of my lifetime I never want to experience. And like we all know this, all 5 of us as guys. There is sacred ground, okay? When a man's taking a shit, that's fucking cemetery. When you sit down, that's like, the past week, every time I sit down, take a shit, I look at the bowl. If you sit down, you look down, and there's a snake on your dick, like, yo, that's like...
I'm going to be...
It's weird, because it's not even the first time I heard about that. I remember years ago, there was somebody that, there was an article somewhere where some guy had a boa constrictor as a pet. And it somehow slithered down his toilet. I don't know if he tried to flush it or whatever happened, but it went through the plumbing and it came up in somebody else's apartment. And the person walked into the bathroom and turned the lights on, but the thing hissed at them. It's not like they went in there fucking ass out, ready to sit down. The fucking snake hissed at them from the bowl. So they looked in and saw it coiled in there and called the authorities or whatever. But it's like, it's one of the things that makes you feel like every time I use the bathroom, I've got to.
Could you imagine fucking?
I do.
This the past week. You sit down, you'll fucking take a shit. You look down, there's a fucking snake latch onto your dick. Like that's gonna fucking scar you.
My biggest fear will be like, does my shit still work after though?
Yeah, hell yeah.
So the only Sue isn't here because she'd be embarrassed.
The only good thing about a python biting your dick, which there's no good thing about it.
No.
But the one thing you can take away from it is it's a python, so it's not venomous. So
I was gonna get to that. In fact, you knew this shit scares me. So, well, the only good thing about this situation was that this python wasn't venomous. Pythons are known for what they do with the prey is
constrictors.
They constrictors, so there's no venom. And so this guy gets up, he starts screaming, as you can imagine.
We've got about a 3-foot dick with the python. Oh my god, it's so big.
Could you imagine looking down?
Yeah, that's all I would have been doing was screaming.
Could smack his children in the face.
Massive scream.
So the snake. I'm reading the article. The snake got scared. So
Jesus.
Because the blood was flying out of his dick. So the snake let go of his dick. He's got the pants around his ankles. He runs to his fucking mother saying, "Mom."
And then his mom fucked him.
Yo, from the perspective of a dad, like as a parent, your kid runs towards you with his pants around his ankle and blood profusely pouring out of his cock. What do you do? Like, I would pass out. I would black. I'd be like, son, what the?
Knock his ass out.
I would black out on him. Like, I'm going to be absolutely useless as a parent.
He's like,
He'll make that exact sound too.
Oh, you lost the life of the Mega Man game.
Either you know how to call 911 or you are going to bleed to death. Because I am going to black out on you.
Could you imagine when the pig had a stick bit my dick?
He'll be like, pull up your pants, son.
He'll be like, dude, he'll look at you like, Trump 2020. Like, wait, what?
Drink some water.
Give me the phone, I'll call 911.
I got bit by a python, Dad. Drink some water. What?
So the only good situation was a snake wasn't venomous. Now, apparently, animal control showed up. They fucking captured a snake and then let it go. Now, I can imagine Al saying Al would be on a crusade to slaughter every snake in the capital region.
Yo, I can't. If a snake bites me on the dick, I can't comfortably live on a planet where snakes are also alive on the planet. I would be mercilessly and bloodily just killing snakes. And nobody would understand but me. I'd just be fucking everything. My hats, my shirts, everything would be made out of snake skin.
Gil, no one would ever understand your anger.
It's like, all snakes must die.
This was a 4-foot fucking python. When the snake bit into his fucking dick, the snake got scared. Of course, snake got scared. And by the fucking blood spraying out his penis, the snake got
scared. Could they tell the snake was scared? His mouth was open?
They said, what did I have in my mouth? Oh, God. It was a male snake. That's why I got scared. I had a what in my mouth? Oh.
He showed up at the hospital with his fucking mother. He had to get 3 stitches on the head of his dick because a snake latched onto the head.
Please tell me it was a female that did this thing. Aren't you impressed that this snake would bite me on the dick?
He probably started shaking like he was on the electric chair.
He gets him off the toilet. He's got his underwear. He's got his pants around his ankles. He runs to his mother crying, which you can't blame him.
Yeah.
But he runs to his mother saying, "Mama, this snake just bit me in the dick."
And everybody before her got smacked in the face by a python.
It's over in fucking Dubai.
Oh, Dubai.
That is awesome.
It's over in fucking Thailand or some shit.
And then Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, "No more snake bites biting on the head.
No more snakes giving you a blowjob, son."
Hold up.
He got head from a python.
No, this was in Thailand, 13 miles north of Bangkok. Paramedics' mother calmed him down before paramedics rushed to the lead to the nearby Bang Yai hospital to have his wounded manhood treated. They gave him 3 stitches in the glands at the tip of the penis and treated the bite wound with antibiotic wash to kill any bacteria.
Hopefully it was a female. That would have been very awkward. I'm sorry, a male snake was giving me a blowjob. I don't want a male doctor. I feel very insecure, okay?
I was using the toilet, but a few moments after I sat down, I suddenly felt pain in my penis. I looked down and saw there was a snake hanging in the toilet. There was blood everywhere.
Jesus.
Only 2020.
Here's let's just even go fucking darker. So if the snake happened to actually fucking be venomous, there's only one situation that would have happened.
Decapitation.
No, he would have had to run to mom. So mom, we got 2 options. We have to suck out the poison or go to the hospital.
Actually, I believe it's been proven that sucking out the poison doesn't work because it's already in your blood system.
But regardless, they always say when a cobra bites you, you have to suck out the poison. So imagine if this snake was poisonous. He would have had to. He would have had to run to his mother like, "Mom, we can't make it to the hospital."
This is so fucking gross. Why are we talking about this?
The hospital is 70.
Only Chris.
The hospital is 70.
Something to do with the dick.
I got head from a snake. Now you have to give me head to get the poison out.
if Junior runs out screaming, Chris, the snake bit me in the dick. Oh shit, what's going on?
A three-toothed velociraptor snake, help me.
You know what's fucked up? This is fucked up to say, but I'll say it. If any of you ever got bitten in the dick by a poisonous snake and it was only both of us hair, I would hug you, kiss you on the cheek, and be like, goodbye, man. I love you, but goodbye. You're going to die. I'm not sucking venom.
Go with Christ. Go with Christ.
I'll be like, I wish it didn't happen.
I'm like, Chris, I'm dying, but God, listen, if I do this, I want direct deposits to my savings account for the next 30 years.
I never want to work again. You know what that means?
The most I could do for you is call 911 and make you comfortable.
The fucked up part is he was in the house with his mother. So it's like, if the snake was venomous, you want your mother, mom.
Like, if it was me, that's not even a thing that would cross my mind. So if I got bitten in the dick by a venomous snake and it was me and my mother at home, I've already co-signed myself to death. Like, I'm not even asking my mom. Like, that's wild. Like, that's not even a situation that's happening. I'm calling 911 myself. Like, I hope I make it. Please.
Yeah, the paramedics are like, listen, we're not going to lie to you. We'll get in 20 minutes. You're going to be dead by then. You've got one option.
You're like, Mom, I love you. It was real. I enjoyed the
time. Fuck this shit up.
Yo, you want to talk about another funny video? No. This is another 2020 video. Florida man gets arrested for assault and battery, and as he got arrested, he questioned the police saying, if video games make children more violent, why do they keep losing fistfights against me?
It's a legitimate question, though. It's a legitimate question.
These Florida men are ridiculous.
I'm just like, the past week I've had a lot of time to think about this shit. Like, if Ellie got bit in the dick, if Junior got bit in the dick, if Al got bit in the dick.
Why are you thinking about
who am I saving?
Nobody.
Whoever could fit in your mouth.
That's awful.
Listen, if you're talented enough, you could save all of us at the same time.
Yeah. They start looking at each other awkwardly afterwards, like
Junior, go to the corner store real quick. Give me a fucking fifth of Fireball. Like, this is gonna change our friendship.
Like, we will never speak of this again. Drop your drawers, man.
Junior, why are you looking him in the eyes?
I know. I'm trying to save your life. Why you look at me in your eye?
I listened to the guy Ralph's podcast. He said he did the joke about, like, two guys in the desert. You see two guys walking in the desert. A rattlesnake jumps out, fucking bites a guy in the fucking dick. He goes, oh God, I'm gonna fucking die. What do we do? The second guy's like, there's a town about 3 miles ahead. So the second guy runs as fast as he can. The second town, he goes, he sees a doctor. He goes, hey, what's doctor? My friend got bitten in the dick by a rattlesnake. What do I do? He goes, well, I guess I got the fucking poison. Your friend's gonna die. So the guy runs back as fast as he can to his friend. He goes, hey, what happened? He'll see the doctor. He goes, what's the doctor say? He goes, well, doctor says you're going to die.
That's
facts.
That's the best option right there. That's the best option.
I would just say, Elliot, listen, if I do this, don't look at me when it's happening.
Why does it have to be me?
Because, well, if it was Elliot, it might be, yeah, Junior Al might be racist, but
I am racist.
Might be racist, but I'm going for the lightest skinned person here, so it's not racist.
I'm just saying. Well, read this article. We've gone through at some point when I'm sober enough. We'll go through the different fears we have, but in my lifetime, I've always heard about like New York City.
Spiders,
a rat or spider. But like I said, in my lifetime, it's sacred ground where you sit down, you take a fucking nice healthy shit. You look down, there's a python on the head of your fucking cock. Like, that's just like, no, like that.
No.
That, every time for the rest of your life, whenever you sit down and take a shit, it's gonna fuck with you.
It's not even a shit. Listen, if anything happens to your dick, that affects you for the rest of your life in all aspects of your life. It's not even going to be taking a shit. You would be on the verge of having sex. You'd be like, I got to check and see if there's pythons in here. You'd be in her up to your elbow to make sure there's nothing in. Jesus Christ.
Like I said, banana spiders. You die because you have an erection for over 4 hours.
I see fucking Junior on the ground turning purple. He's Chris, you're not going to save my life. And I'm like, no.
Not going near that thing.
Especially, too, if it's like Wait a minute, it's going to be all big and bulbous and throbbing.
Jesus Christ. You're like, this venom just made it bigger than it actually is. I'm not helping you, bro.
You're going to take a picture to shame you on Instagram, but I'm not saving your life.
I saw read an article and I'm like, man, 2020, like this poor kid. He's like, just if we ever have it set a GoFundMe account, fuck everything. OnlyFans. This 18-year-old got bit in his head of his dick by a python. Give this kid as much money as humanly possible. Facts. This kid should be a billionaire, okay? I've seen a lot of shit in my 39 years. I've never once sat down, dig a shit, and looked down and seen a python on the end of my dick. Like, Jesus Christ.
Good God. He's going to use that money to exterminate every snake he possibly can.
I can imagine I would go on a fucking crusade against pythons.
We can't exist on the same planet. I'm sorry. We just can't. Unless all pythons jump in the ship and go to the moon, they got to go. I'd be training mongoose how to kill them. Like, I have a swarm of fucking deadly killer mongoose just eating fucking snakes everywhere.
I mean, it would be easy to get an army to follow you. Like, look, they bite the head of your dick. Okay, we're in. Okay, cool. Here's our free lunch.
Why are all these other fights garbage? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Only in 2020. Fucking 2020. We need a monopoly 2020. Like, you can't pass go. Why? Because, just terrible shit happened and you didn't survive COVID. So you can't pass go. Okay.
It always seems like every 4 years something always goes to shit. Well, like it always seems like that. Like 2016 was just.
Wasn't that the year all the celebrities died?
It's true. 2016, a lot of shit happened.
Yeah, there was like so much shit. Like I don't understand. Like why is it only every 4 years?
Was it 2016,
2018, 2019? We didn't hear none of that shit.
That's what I said before. I think with 2020, it's like I really wonder if like is this record breaking shit happening? There's the fact that right now social media and Al said this at Carlton's house that the fact that politics. I'm 39 years old. In my lifetime, I've never seen politics be this toxic. And social media right now, even mom said said. Love or hate Trump, love or hate fucking Biden. She's like, previous presidents. I'm like, Mom, listen. Previous presidents, fucking Bill Clinton, George Bush, even fucking Obama for the most part, social media isn't what it is now in 2020. Mm-hmm. Social media it's only getting bigger and bigger, fucking bigger.
And more toxic.
Exactly.
It's become the new PR. I said this before. Social media has become the new public relations.
Because even before, all five of us, we've all been able to vote for a very long time. Whether it's Republican, Democrat, I've even listened to podcasts where people say, listen, guys, we have different opposing fucking views, but ultimately, at the end of the fucking day, we all want the same exact thing. To help the working man, to help fucking bring peace to this country, to help balance the economy. That's gone. As I say, there is such a fucking racial or political divide right now, where it's like, even Al said this, politics have never been more toxic in our lifetimes than right now. I've said it before, guys. Hey, when we're almost in October, come November, all five of us and Susan and Karen, and I've always said, I don't give a fuck who you fucking vote for, but I guarantee goddamn to you, come November, there's gonna be some fucking riots in the street because whether Biden wins or Trump fucking wins, there's gonna be a shit ton of fucking just violence because it's like whether it's gonna be fucking people who love Trump or hate fucking Trump. Either way. If the man wins or fucking loses, either way, we're fucked.
Well, the thing is that when Obama became president and there was a bunch of riots out in the street, none of that was like presented on TV nearly as much as what happened when Trump became president. And none of that was presented. The riots were actually a lot worse. Like the message that was brought, it was worse because the message that was brought when Obama became president, there was so many like, oh, go ahead and lynch him signs, check his records. Like there was signs all over the place. And it was actually a lot worse. It wasn't publicized. Everything now, people was like, well, it was worse when Trump became president. No, it wasn't. Everything was just publicized to make it seem like it was worse.
Yeah, and because look at the TikToks and the YouTube videos where people stop to pull out their cameras to record shit instead of helping people.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. Like, okay, this person's falling over and you're recording.
Exactly.
Help the motherfucker.
Exactly. Like 30 years ago, when social media really wasn't really a thing, it was just like, okay, you're offended by something. Nobody cares. All you could do was talk. 30 years later, now it's all on social media. So that's why I'm saying social media became the new public relations, because there's people who are there to have a political opinion and get fired from their jobs. Even though it's actually, what's funny is that now there are some companies that are actually saying that you can't be political on social media, that they actually check your social media.
Yeah.
And you can't do that. Like certain companies are actually changing their policies now because of the fact that people there's so much of that toxic nonsense on social media. And because social media is now more publicized than actually being out in public. And that was, there was a cartoon that was playing where everybody was just looking at their phones, and it was like this little kid just watching adults just slowly become zombies to their phones. And that's exactly what's happening. It's like now social media runs what's going on, because like Donald Trump goes to Twitter all the time. It's like he literally will just Twitter whatever is going on, or he'll just Twitter something stupid, like get off of Twitter and force Congress to do something. Like, it's social media is just, crazy right now. Like it's out of control. Social media is 100% out of control right now.
I think technology has made us dumber as a species. Let me say this, not as every individual. There's a lot of us who do our best to stay away from it.
Yeah.
But we get pulled into it no matter what. Like me, I like to play my video games. Yeah. Some games get politicized, and I'm just like, shut the fuck up and just let me play a game to enjoy myself. Others take this shit to heart, and they're like in the street, this game or this music video said, like, look, let's just get back to the days where we can just enjoy something small, simple, and stupid. That's why I got like a SNES Classic. I can play Breath of Fire, Mother, all these other things without some stupid message. I do that a lot to try to avoid all this crap.
You know what's truly terrifying about our current situation is that we have got literally all the world's worth of knowledge right at our fingertips, right?
Yeah.
And it's making us stupider.
Exactly.
Like we are dumber than we've ever been in the history of mankind in terms of access to information. Right now, I can Google almost anything I want to know in this moment, and it's just making us stupider. It's like you have access to all the world's knowledge, and you're a fucking moron because of it. It's scary.
But you also have access to all the world's knowledge, but then you also have access to all the world's bias. So no matter what your bias is, you're always going to find something that's going to confirm and solidate. Sorry, I can't say the word. Your biases too. So even if it's a fake report, there's something out there that's going to be like, oh, I read it online. It has to be true.
Yeah, that's true.
Al, to kind of compound what you said, to kind of like, to really add on to it. It's because of this thing called social progression.
He said pound.
Like I said, compound. That's what I said.
No, Carlton said pound.
No. It's like, to add to that, it's social progression. Like that's what it is now. It's not, people don't care about facts. Social progression, as what people call it, it's they utilize their feelings and assess their feelings as facts. And that is what that goes back to what Carlton said about how everybody is biased. That's why I said America is not the land of the free anymore. It's the home of the ignorant and land of the biased. Because of the fact that at the end of the day, what it comes down to is when people will sit there and say, this is what I think is the truth. And if you don't agree with me that it's not the truth, I'm going to go to social media to point you out to be an hysterophobe. And because of the fact that, and when they do that, now you got the 500 people known as, that are known for being part of this cancel culture, that'll come with all of their accounts and sit there and point you and have a bunch of comments about how much of a piece of shit you are, all because you disagreed with what they were with their mindset. And that that's where social media is just so toxic. Like, it's like, and then it's like you see it everywhere. You see the difference of what it makes everywhere, where it comes to be your job, where it comes to be in movies, when it comes to be in video games, where it comes to be even in government. Yeah. You have these 0.0001% of people that literally blows everything completely out of proportion, and they're listening to 500 people, not realizing that the silent majority of the 337 million that don't give a fuck, they're not understanding that they're losing money because they're catering to 500 people that didn't have a voice 30 years ago.
That's also a fucking problem. Said June, like Dave talks about, say, like Twitter, for example. Twitter is like, well, I make a fucking post, I have like 600,000 fucking likes. Okay, 600,000 likes. There's 375 million people in this fucking country. Yeah. It's like in all fairness, no one cares about your 500,000 fucking likes. Your 500,000 fucking likes represent 0.002% of the fucking population.
Exactly.
That's the fucking issue.
Yeah. It's a lot of people that use their feelings to make arguments. I go online and I hear a lot of people say this phrase, facts over feelings, facts over feelings. The problem is I hear those same people make arguments based on feelings.
Yeah.
A fact is indisputable. Yeah. And I had this conversation with a coworker of mine the other day, and he said, well, facts aren't facts. I was like, I coughed. I was like, excuse me? What was that? He said, facts aren't facts because we get to determine what the facts are. I was like, in essence, you kind of right in terms of determining facts, but a fact is something that can be proven and cannot be disproven. If you could make an argument about it, leaning either way, it's not a fact. I made my argument to him like this: 1 + 1 is 2. Regardless of how you feel about that, that's what it is. Now, if you say something different, like you could say whatever you want and base it as a fact, but if there's a wiggle room to dispute it, it's not a fact. Facts are indisputable. Fact is something that, if I record Chris punching the wall and I said, here's a video of Chris punching the wall, and then you tell me, well, I feel like he might have punched the wall because he was angry. Well, everything you said after the word "I feel" is not a fact. That's your feeling.
As soon as you
the
hear
fact is he hit the wall.
Feel. As soon as you hear the words "feel" or "believe," you're like, all right, yeah,
exactly. Yeah. But that's how a lot of people make their arguments. They make these arguments and they try to convince you, well, this is the truth because I genuinely believe it. You might genuinely believe it. It doesn't make it the truth.
Yeah.
You might be able to find a shitload of information that corroborates your belief, but it doesn't make it fact.
Like when the trans community first started going, when the LGBT community started going crazy on social media over the past couple of years, I think it was maybe 2016, 2017, when they really started to surface on social media heavily. A lot of people were saying social progression. And I literally had to I literally almost shot myself in the head with the nail gun when I was working at Home Depot. When I literally heard that, I'm like, social progression does not trump national laws. It does not trump science. It does not trump anything else that's happened. It does not trump history. Your social progression is your opinion. That just means that it's your feeling and your opinion. That's all social progression means. So when people say, well, people don't accept trans people because of social progression. No, people don't understand social progression. No, social progression is just a fancy way of saying you have feelings and you feel like trans people should be this. That's it. That's what it is. Social progression is we're talking about it and you got to agree with what I'm saying. Because if you don't agree with what I'm saying, you're a transphobe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know why that's frustrating? This is the reason that gay people and transsexual people get so much pushback, as there are people who genuinely hate the concept of homosexuality or gayness. There are people that hate it.
Yeah.
And I never try to have any conversations with those people because you're not going to change their minds.
Of course.
And then there are the group of people that have been taught to hate it because they have a religious person in their family that has taught them, well, my religion says this is wrong, so you don't do it. And then you kind of also can't fight with those people because there's a whole history behind why they believe what they believe.
Yeah.
But then you have to deal directly with the trans and the homosexual, the trans and the homosexual group of people that tell you things that incite a fight. I watched a video of this transsexual the other day that says he or she, I guess I'll refer to her as she for the purpose of the conversation.
Yeah.
She said that she is transsexual. She's attracted to straight men. And anytime a straight man rejects her, it's because he's transsexual.
Yes.
And I don't understand that argument. Now, I mean, I'm not educated enough to say that the person is right or wrong. I am in my own head. I'm square enough on this issue to say I don't understand that argument, because you're essentially telling me that if a homosexual man wants to have sex with me and I don't want to do that, then I'm a homophobe. And I reject that completely, because I'm just not attracted to gay men. Like, I'm not saying, I'm not even going down the path of the whole argument on gayness, rightness, or wrongness. I'm not even touching that, because that's a whole different thing and everybody has a different belief on it. Me personally, I don't have an issue with gay men. I'm not even going to say that because it just seems like I'm using it as an excuse.
Yeah.
But I don't have an issue with gay men. I just am not attracted to gay men. I'm attracted to heterosexual women.
Yeah.
That's my preference. That's what I'm going to do. If a transsexual female, if a female that has transitioned to being a female is interested in being in a relationship with me, and I find out that the person is trans, and I say, you know what, I don't want to do this because I thought you were a woman,
a biological
woman. I don't want to be offensive. I thought you were biologically a woman, but it turns out that you're in transition. And nothing against you personally, you're just not my preference sexually. You're telling me that if I do that, I'm now a transphobe. Yeah. That is the kind of argument that makes people automatically reject and stand against whatever the fuck you got to say. Yeah. Whether you're right or wrong, whether you have a good point or not, that statement makes people automatically defensive, because you're telling me to either be with somebody that I see as not what I'm attracted to, either be with that person or I'm wrong, right? And it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because I can't do that. Like, think about it from the perspective of, I can't do that to a heterosexual woman. I can't tell a woman, I want to have sex with you, and if you choose not to have sex with me, you're wrong. Like, you know, I have to acknowledge that she's not attracted to me and move on. I got to swallow the rejection and just keep it moving. I can't be like, no, you're wrong because you don't want to be with me. You're fucked up and your mentality is all skewed and you know you're biased against me for whatever reason. But I can't do that, because everybody will acknowledge, stop being a pussy. She said no, move the fuck on.
Exactly.
But now I got to swallow the fact that a transsexual woman could tell me, well, if I like you but you don't like me, you're wrong. You're transphobic, and you need to correct your thinking. Yeah. I reject it completely. I reject it. I don't like that argument at all.
That mindset promotes a lot of hate toward them too.
That exactly.
Mindset promotes a lot of hate toward them.
It immediately puts you in a standpoint of argument. Like,
and a side note to almost what I was saying, it's no different than religion. Think about it. It's like, it's like I believe in my God. Well, I believe in Junior believes in his different God. Well, you know what? Well, my God says that your God can go fuck himself, and if you don't believe in my God, you're going to fucking hell. Like, wait, what? Like, they said they're instilling their beliefs onto you, and if you don't agree with me, I'm calling you this.
You're a piece of shit.
You're isser, phobe, or bigger, et cetera, et cetera. It's like Alice said, I don't care no matter what you want to do. If some guy cuts his fucking dick off, I'm a woman now. To me, no, you're not a woman. I'm not with you. Simple as that. Call me a phobe. I don't care.
You know what I miss? I think we can all agree with this because we're all old enough to remember a time before cell phones. Do you remember a time when you were supposed to be home before the street lights came on?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't have cell phones. We had this, literally inside of us. Something was like, oh, shit, we looked at the sky. We're like, it's getting dark. I have to get home now because within the next 5 or so minutes,
my mother's going to come out and beat the shit out of me.
Yeah, exactly.
My mother's uncanny ability to fuck me up with a pot spoon.
Now we have cell phones that tell us when when it's going to get dark, when the street lights are going to get on. Yeah. We've become so stupid. We look at our phones instead of look up like, shit, it's going to get dark soon. I'm going to get in trouble. I miss those days when technology didn't ruin my life, where I didn't look at my cell phone every 10 minutes like, did somebody text me? Did somebody call me? Did I miss a call? Oh my God, am I in trouble? Did something bad happen?
Shit, I barely respond to people now.
Did everybody hear this? Why I said I was put out on a fucking pedestal. Al said this to me, 2, 3, 4 years ago. I forgot when Al said this to me. but I still go with Big Al's breakdown. Al said there's a difference between me endorsing your views and me tolerating your views. It's simple as that. It's like I can respect this. That for argument's sake, if I'm Jewish and you're Christian, I can tolerate the fact that you believe in Christmas. I don't, But when you tell me, well, Chris, if you don't believe in Christmas, you're a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, that's when the line is fucking drawn. That's exactly 100%. I said I will never defend anybody beating up a fucking man because he's gay or he's fucking trans or he's whatever. I don't care. I'm not going to advocate hurting a fucking person. But don't sit there and get pissed. I'd say that's like gay people saying, Chris, well, you know what? Would you want to fuck? You want to suck my dick? Dude, I'm not fucking gay. And then, listen, I don't care if you are gay. I'm not with that shit, but I would never advocate somebody hurting you. Well, if you don't fucking support, if you don't suck my dick, it means you're fuck homophobic. I'm not homophobic, bro. It's just the fact that I'm not into sucking your fucking dick.
Technology tells me that you're homophobic.
That's like Al said. Like, listen, everyone's attracted to what they're attracted to. I'm not into like Asian porn, for example. I would give my life for Asian man who got shot. Say some pulled a fucking gun on an Asian guy. I'll jump in front of the fucking bullet, but like I'm not into Asian porn. Doesn't mean make me Asian fucking phobic. I'm just not into like porn with Asian dudes. Simple as that. It's like. But now it's like, if you're not into a trans fucking person, you're transphobic. No, I'm not into having sex with a guy who has a cut off fucking dick. Like you're not a woman, dude. I want to have sex with a woman. You're not
a biological woman.
Yeah. Exactly. Now we have to refer to them as biological women. So we're literally destroying what it means to be a woman.
Not to mention, said, I'm still young enough where it's like, and even I was young enough. I still want to have one day a second fucking child. It's like, no offense, dude. I want to impregnate a woman. You're not a woman, okay? You cannot get fucking pregnant. You don't have a menstrual cycle. You're not a fucking woman. I want to have a relationship with a possible marriage with an actual fucking woman. I can't get you pregnant because you're not a woman. You're a fucking dude with a cut off dick.
You don't have the faculties.
Well, some don't even cut their dick off. Some just dress up as women and take
and that's even worse because at least if you went all the way through the process and you now have a surgically implanted vagina, you could trick somebody. I'm not saying you should or it's right or you could trick a guy into like being with you and he might live his life thinking I have the greatest woman in the world. Maybe she can't get pregnant, whatever. But if you don't even you just got a big floppy dick in between your legs and I'm supposed to be okay with that. I'm supposed to ignore the fact that you're a whole dude dressed up like a girl. Yeah. Like I get it. With some of them, they feel like they're women trapped in men's body and they identify as women, not knocking you for it. What I'm saying is understand that as a straight man, that's problematic because I'm not attracted to it. And I can't. Yeah.
Not to mention Alex, I see this shit all the fucking time online. I see a girl who's like, hey, listen, it could be a black woman, could be an Asian woman, could be a white woman. Hey, guys, I'm not attracted to a fucking white man. No doubt. I don't feel that's racist. Listen, if you're a black woman, you don't want to date white dudes, I don't find that offensive. If you're a white woman and you want to fucking date white dudes, you want to date black guys, I don't find that offensive. You can't control what you're fucking into.
Like the internet. This is the thing. I agree with you. That it's not. I don't think it's racist, but it's not offensive on its face. But it bothers me for this reason. When I see a white woman that won't date white men, or a black woman that won't date black men, or an Asian woman that won't date Asian, or a Latin woman when I see that. It automatically makes me feel like something in you is broken because you're rejecting what you are at the core. Like if I'm a black man, but I won't date black women or I despise black women for whatever reason, what does that say about the feeling towards my mother, my sisters, my niece, family member? Like it fundamentally, you're a broken person. No, that's how I feel.
But I get that. But that mentality is the same people though that say, well, you know what? Then, well, I'm a woman. When I'm a woman who is a transsexual, and because you won't date me, you're transphobic. And I'm like, no offense, you're not a woman.
So like Always Sunny in Philadelphia, when Mac continuously dated that chick with a dick, and it became an issue, especially when he had a baby with a black guy who couldn't have kids because he was sterile.
Well, like I was saying, some people, there's guys. Some guys are attracted to, let's say, the Kim Kardashian type. Some guys are attracted to like women. Some women are 400 pounds. Some guys like that. You know, some guys like women that weigh 96 pounds. You can't control what you're attracted to. Simple as that. So
for me, I don't care. I don't care what her race is. I don't care what her skin color is. And for the most part, as long as she's attractive and she's a woman, that's all it needs for me to get bound chicken bound. That's a fucking point. A woman's a woman. A woman is a woman.
If I say, look, I'm gonna try. If I say I don't want to date a fucking black woman, doesn't mean I'm fucking racist. It means that like I'm not attracted to black women. Now, personally speaking, I don't give a shit if a woman is fucking black or purple or fucking green. I just want to bang a hot chick. Simple as that. But like, some people out there, they're not attracted to like certain fucking types. So like, but the point I'm trying to make is that these trans fucking people they're going overboard with saying, look, we know then you're folk because you won't have sex with me. No offense, you're not a woman. You're a fucking guy. Like Al said, you've got a fucking, your dick is bigger than mine, bro. Okay? Simple as that. I want to have sex with a woman, not with a fucking dude whose dick's twice the size as mine. Like, it's like, you're not a woman. Get over it. Like,
do the Danny Bonaducci thing. Just beat the shit out of them.
Yeah.
What? You're a guy?
And this is the thing, like I say this, and I can't stress this enough. I want to say this out loud. Anybody who hears it on this podcast or whatever, understand that nobody in here in this room has an issue with transsexual or gay people.
We don't care about your lifestyle.
We don't give a fuck. What we're saying is, if we're not attracted to you, I say it like this: as a transsexual woman or a transsexual man, I'm pretty sure that there are types that you're attracted to. Exactly. And how would you feel if somebody was to say to you, well, I get that you like this buff guy, you know, with whatever style of hair and color eyes he has, but you got to date this Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker over here. Otherwise, you're fat shaming, and you should not fat shame people because so now I'm demanding that you fuck this thing that you're not attracted to, repulsed by, and if you don't do it, you're wrong because now you're fat phobic.
I was right though.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing.
There's porn out there that a woman that these women are 400 fucking pounds and they have a fucking guy. They have guys out there who are into that shit. So I'm not into it. It's like you can't get said like, oh, Chris, you're fat phobic because I'm fingering myself and I weigh 450 and you're disgusting. No, chick.
That's correct.
Try a salad. Hop on a treadmill. Do some fucking push-ups, okay? I'm not attracted to a woman who's got a bigger gut than I got, okay? So
you look like you have an IV that is lard injected in one face. I'm a big guy. That's kind of fucking gross. If a chick is bigger than me, I don't find that attractive. What am I supposed to do? I'm not hung like a horse.
I don't want to see a woman who's 500 fucking pounds fingering herself. It's disgusting. I'm sorry.
Chris gotta move fold after fold.
And now, Chris, the whole entire internet is going to look at you as fat phobic.
Well, see, I don't know.
Here's the thing, though, because Chris was at because we were at Taco Bell one night, right? And Chris showed me this picture of this girl on Plenty of Fish, and she looked like the Great Wall of China.
Jesus.
I showed you.
I was like, God damn it. I was like, God damn, that's a big bitch.
Why these dating sites? I always get the one, hey Chris, you're cute, and she's like twice the size of Al. Okay, she's like, I think you're sexy, and I'm like, well, thank you.
I want to smother you.
Thank you, but I don't. My
6'3", 520.
You know what's funny? You said something about penis size. I watched this video on TikTok the other day that made me laugh. It was this girl, and this is no exaggeration. I'm gonna go back and see if I can refine the video. Yeah. But this chick literally looks like the human incarnation of Jabba the Hutt. I'm not exaggerating. She has no neck. Her head sits in between her shoulder blades. She is just rolls and rolls of fat bitch, and she is on TikTok. I don't want to shit on fat girls because it wasn't about her being fat. It was about her being unattractive, right? Because I've met fat girls that were still pretty. But this chick was disgusting looking, and she was on TikTok. She was on TikTok making jokes about guys with small dicks, which made me laugh. I laughed to myself because I was like, you couldn't, like, guys with small dicks that you say you don't want will be probably the only guys you could get, because guys with big dicks aren't chasing you down. You disgusting.
Exactly. I got one.
She was a horrible looking, like,
fat bitch.
Like, she was horrible looking. When she was on TikTok snapping like, oh, 4 inches, I can't do this. 5 inches, and she was like going in. She went in. She had like elephant. Don't lie, dude. She had like a 3-minute long video of just her trolling small dick guys, and I'm like, whatever small dick guy is trying to talk to you, you better cling to him, because no dude with a big dick is chasing you down. Like, yo,
I got one question.
She's like fucking 10 tons of fat bitch, and she's like, oh, this is small dick.
My one son family ass.
You are gross. Like, you are not attractive. It's not even. It's like I said. It's not even about her being fat, because I have seen fat, attractive girls. Disgusting. That chick was
vile.
It was vile.
Ow. Did she say Ubaka Wee Chaka?
I wouldn't have been surprised if she did. I'd be like, oh, she's well versed in the Chuba in the Java language.
Fucking fat piece of shit. I hate that fucking fat fuck.
That shit made me laugh. I was like, this girl can't be serious. Like, and it made me laugh because it's wild. It's like, we're in a climate right now where we are not allowed to shame women for their physical body, right? If they're too short, we can't say anything. If they're too fat, we can't say anything. If they're bald, we can't say anything. If their tits are lopsided, if they've got a gut, if they've got no ass, if they've got cellulite, if no matter what's wrong with them, we have to accept it. She's a woman. She's beautiful in all her splendor. Blah blah blah. They feed us this nonsense, and they tell us be accepting of a woman, be tolerant. But then you talk to women, and they have this crazy description. He can't be this. He can't be too short. He better be in shape. Oh, yeah. He better have a big dick. He better have this kind of hair. He better, and they have a list.
Better and it's 6 figures.
He better make this kind of money. He better already have a house. Have a car. Right. And they have the right to like degrade men in a way that if we did it now in today's climate, we would be done. Like,
I've said this shit, and you guys, we all joke this shit, but I'm dead serious. Junior's seen this shit. I've got no bullshit. 7 dating apps on my fucking phone. 7. Listen, when I say this, not 1, not 6, 7.
7.
And every single one, there's some fat fuck talking about, oh, you look cute.
Yeah, but like I was saying, I see the most beautiful women on this fucking app. Like I was saying, they have these criteria where it's like you have to be a certain height. Your dick better be a certain size. You better have a certain amount of income. Like, and they say, Chris, well, like, okay, what do you want in a woman? Have a pulse.
You better be endowed like a whale because I'm so fat, nothing else will reach you.
Al is 100% fucking right. If I was putting my dating profile, the criteria that these women fucking do,
I'd be ostracize you immediately. They would fucking swarm you. You would be attacked in every which way. They would be posting your profile on social media, like, look at what this jackass.
Exactly.
You know. But they get to do it. The woman will tell you to straight to your face.
Because
we're all men.
I'm surprised nobody did that.
So we're all terrible.
I mean, because Carlton has Karen, obviously. But like, okay, of all 5 guys, I'm the smallest fucking guy in the room. Okay, I'm 5'6". I'm not gonna put down a 5'10". I'm 6 fucking foot. But like I'll say, I see on a daily fucking basis. If you're not 5'10", don't write me. If you don't make $100,000 a year, don't write me. If you don't have,
I would be like, if your tit's not double D, don't write me. If your pussy not wet, don't write me.
I would say, but if you put that down too, you're labeled a fucking monster.
You're the bad guy. If you wrote that shit, you the bad guy.
Yo, you should be hearing what I be saying about these girls. Yo, I'll be like this. I'll be like, yo, this fat bitch looks like she orders number 1 through 10 as an appetizer.
We see that shit too. Like Allison, like they put down Chris on what's your dating profile. I don't care if a chick is fucking 4'10" or 6'5". Or 6'5".
As long as she's not as big as a Super Duty truck.
Exactly. It's like I don't.
Here's the crazy thing.
Our criteria are just insane. Like,
here's the crazy thing: dudes and girls, like we're different in terms of emotional attachment. Like for a dude, we're attracted to pretty girls.
Yeah.
But we don't need a chick to be pretty for us to emotionally attached.
Yeah.
For girls, it's wild. They have these crazy, these just off the chain things like, oh, you better be this tall. You better make this amount of money. You better do this. You better do that.
I can beat that.
Go out.
Facebook tells me you might know this person, and 90% of them are either gay guys or fat chicks bigger than me. I'm like 6'6", and I'm a big guy. I could play hide and seek behind these women.
Chris got these F-150s.
No, I don't know.
Super duty F-150s.
But even Al, even said Jen. My own fucking mother, even Susan, like, Jen's like, Chris, why don't you put down like you're 5'10"? I'm like, okay, if I put down 5'10", I show up on a fucking date and I'm 5'6". The chick's gonna fucking know off the bat, like, dude, you're lying your ass off, man. Like,
it's on some platform shoes.
I'm not gonna put down I'm the size of fucking Carlton when I'm not the size of fucking Carlton. Okay, it's just like, what's the point of like just that bullshit? It's like Junior said, if a chick has got an A cup, she puts down with Chris Y with a fucking double D cup, I'm gonna fucking know off the bat within 30 seconds of talking to you at the dinner table. You're lying your ass off. Like you know, like I'm skinny. No, you're 356 pounds. Okay,
I got a little extra padding, bitch. You got a lot of extra padding. You got more extra padding than a punching bag.
I would say. You should put down like you know, quote unquote, a little extra. Like, no, I am not average. I'm not obese, but listen, I've got extra fucking pounds.
I hate that when they say just a little extra.
They put down a little extra, and they're twice the size of Al. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here!
No, extra.
They do the thing where it's like, oh, I'm big chested. Like, yeah, well, you're big everything too.
Exactly. I'm big boned.
Big bone, my ass.
You're big boned, and your big bones are covered by a big body, you fat bitch.
It's when your main call is
like a fucking construction vehicle.
Yeah. And of course, and all those chicks are twice the size to me. Like Judy says, "Hi, Chris, you're adorable," and I'm like, "Listen, like." Okay.
That's why I made that email account Taco Bell 418. I messaged one of them. I was like, "Hey, fat bitch, you hungry? Come here and get this number 3 large."
They can't be on top of Chris.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, hell no, they smother them.
This is why we got pissed off. Ellie, you weren't here when fucking Junior brought Molly down. Molly was like, Chris, I have to get through. My fat ass has to use the bathroom. Me and Al are looking at Molly like, you said your fat ass? Like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Like, bring her back fat down. Butt, but
she weighs 106 fucking pounds. She's like, Chris, I have to get through my fat ass. Like, you want to see some fat women? I'll show you some fat women. They're writing me on Facebook.
Literally.
Junior. The dating app on Facebook.
If her pictures are what they show, literally, that's all you're going to see from me. But, I'm so fat, bitch, shut up. You're a unicorn. Shut up, you're majestic and rare.
That's why I hate when fucking chicks like Molly's. I'll admit fucking Molly. So, like, you know, guys, I have to get through my fat ass. Like, your fat ass. Like, my thigh is bigger than your entire body. Like, your fat ass.
Yo, I swear to God, the chicks that be trying to talk to Chris on these dating apps.
Are you kidding me?
They got white teeth.
Dude, they look like pallets of mulch.
They gotta hit their flippers together.
Big ass delivery trucks. Trying to talk to Chris. Like, you fucking 18-wheeler.
Molly.
Where the fuck is a Ford truck that brought you in?
Yeah. I just gotta make this announcement. Molly, if you can hear this, we need you here for a drinking game. Every time you say, I feel sorry for you to Chris, we gotta take a shot.
We all gotta take a drink. We're gonna be
fucking dead by the time you're done.
Judy's my witness. Judy's seen this shit. Every time fucking chick writes me on like Plenty of Fish or OkCupid, I showed Judy the profile picture. Like, holy shit! Like, Chris,
one of these nights, Chris, you got to read off the emails you sent to these women.
Yeah, you really do. Don't be
I
nice
copy and paste.
Just see. I'm going to teach you a little trick, Chris. Don't be nice. Just tell them you want to bust a nut. And
I'm about to be outed on Facebook. The woman hater in the world.
Yeah.
That's a huge bitch.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being nice, but you have to add it to something else. Like, got to be charismatic.
It comes down to Carlton.
Funny,
a person like fucking you or Ellie or fuck Al Jr. Listen, I see it literally every single day between OkCupid, Plenty of Fish, Match.com. If you're not 5'10", then write me. Well, I can't control my height, asshole. Okay, like, well, if you don't fucking make $200,000 a year, I can't. Okay, I'm not going to lie about how much money I make. I'm not going to lie about my. Why should I have to sit there if I'm on a dating profile and lie about my income? I shouldn't have to. It's like, well, I have kids. But you can't have kids. Well, I'm not going to put Christian. I'm not going to push him back into his mother. Okay, it's just like,
just tell them you'll put a chain around the neck and walk them like a dog.
Yo,
don't apologize. Don't explain yourself. If they question you, tell them to shut up.
That's free food.
But then what am I supposed to fucking put down? Picture wise, I'm supposed to fucking put a picture of my shirt off, my gut hanging out. Like, listen, I know I'm not Brad Pitt or Ryan Gosling. Okay. Also, bitch, you're 475. Don't act like you're.
Yeah, but you have what a lot of those guys don't have: a steady job with good income.
But they don't care about that. That's why you see these girls. They're 40 years old. They're still fucking single because they expect fucking. They expect Brad Pitt's going to fucking swoop in
and you don't want
and take them off their feet.
Because all they want is a man's paycheck to take care of these kids. The only thing
sleeping off their feet is with the caterpillar.
Yeah. 5 to 1.
Like, let me back this backhoe up and move your big ass.
Yeah.
But it's like Allison. It's a double standard, which is like, listen, I'm not expecting to meet on a dating site Scarlett Johansson. So don't expect to fucking meet Ryan Reynolds from my side. Okay?
Don't even explain yourself to these people.
The only time you sleep with a fat bitch off of feet is with a tow truck.
Yeah. Don't even explain yourself to these people. This is like, you want to meet or not? Yes. Okay. Then shut up and I'll tell you when you
on dating sites. Like Chris, we're looking for dating sites. I'm not expecting to fucking date
Al's gonna sit there see me on Facebook.
I'm not expecting to fucking date a female model. Okay. I want a real woman with some stretch marks and a realistic fucking body. We don't get pissed off. Listen, like me and Big Al and all of us, we work 16, 17 fucking hour days. When I was in prison, I was 30 pounds lighter because I had all day to hit the fucking gym. If you're working 65, 75 hours a week, I don't have time to look like the fucking Rock. So don't get pissed off if like I don't look like, again, the Rock. It's I don't have his nutrition aspect. I'm not saying you have to have a perfect fucking body. So it's like, why do you want a perfect body from me? But I can't want a perfect body from you.
Because it's the internet. We have shows like Catfish, where half these bitches are 3 times the weight they say they are. Yeah. Literally, Family Guy made a joke of it. It's like 3 girls who morphed into one fat bitch. That's who they are. You know what? I can appreciate you if you're fat and just send me a picture. Like, look, I'm like 400 pounds. I can appreciate that you're being honest with me. When you're saying you're 120 pounds, and you're 3 times the size, you're a lying piece of shit.
But I've always just said, like, what I want is, I want realistic expectations. I'm not saying the fucking chick has to look like Halle Berry or fucking Angelina Jolie. But don't sit there. But don't be like Al Jr. and Ellie combined.
Damn, that's a 1-ton titan of death.
And they're writing me, Chris. I think you're adorable. And I'm like, I know you think.
Will you be my little cupcake?
I'm gonna smoke you.
Yeah.
Oh, slather you up.
What you should do is go have fun with them big girls, knowing that make it a one-night stand.
Exactly.
Don't get I'm never gonna see this thing again.
Now, listen. When it looks like you with a wig, I'm saying, like, I love you, but, like, come on.
I like how you said one night stand out. It's like Chris will be able to stand after that.
It'll turn into a 1 week lay down.
Especially
broken hips, death by snooze.
Especially with hygiene, too.
That's like funny.
She's like twice Al's fucking size with pimples over her face, and she's got hair. Actually, somebody got. Okay, which I'll get back. Al, well, Carlton, ask Carlton too. Is there ever a point where it's like you have like what's your cutoff? Like, okay,
me,
everybody here, like, okay.
I'll go first because I'm the easiest. Like I said, I don't have as many filters as most people.
Well, that's why I asked you, Carlton, because I seen a girl recently. This was like 2 weeks ago, right? Pretty fucking girl. Seemed like a cool profile. I was reading her profile. I was reading her description. Now I'm looking at her. She's posting fucking pictures. She has unshaved underarms. Now, I'm not sure about everybody. I'm looking at this chick, like, she's pretty good looking. She seems like a cool person. Mm-hmm. But, like, maybe for me, if you shave your underarms, I don't know. For me, it's just like,
Do you shave your underarms, Chris?
Yeah, I do, actually.
Okay, well, that's the standard, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. If you do it, then it's fine for you to look for a girl that does it.
But I'm just saying, but everybody here, like, what is your cutoff point where it's like, say you're on a dating profile, right? No matter how cute this fucking girl is, like say for instance, like whatever, she doesn't like wear deodorant, okay? Like is there a certain cutoff point you got, Carlton, even before you met Karen, but like is there a certain point like, you know what, then this chick is hot as hell, but if like she doesn't brush her teeth or something, like I can't date her, like
well, that's obvious. Hygiene is obvious for any regular guy.
Some guys don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but they're not regular guys.
That's what I'm asking for us though. Listen, like, this chick, she was very fucking cute and attractive, but honestly she had her arm up. I'm seeing she has more hair under her underarms than I got on my balls. Okay. Look, I don't know if I could, like, I don't care how cute you are. If you have a whole massive
this kind of makes me think back to Eddie Murphy's Boomerang, where he doesn't like women with the one weird toe.
Yeah.
That's
minor to me.
I think, yeah, but this shit
fucking smoking hot, and he was like, "I don't like her because her toe's crooked." Like,
yeah.
Like, it's crazy.
See, for the most part, I don't know. I don't think arm hair would bother me unless you know. I mean, it's something so small. It's like, are you gonna be like digging your face into her pit?
I'm gonna say that I would fuck fat.
She's gonna be wearing shirt, and you know, I don't think it's. I mean, who knows? She could have just said, "Fuck it," you know. Some days I do shave it, some days I don't, and you just caught a picture.
What if she? Okay, so like, the question would be then, what did you think for you? No matter how hot this woman is, what's your cutoff point?
So she's hot. What's my cutoff point?
Yeah. Wait,
that's hard.
If Halle Berry said, Chris, if Halle Berry said, okay, like you know, Scarlett Johansson is my ultimate, like, but if she said, Chris, like, you know what, I don't wipe my ass properly or something, just whatever the case may be.
Like I said, hygiene is a given.
Yeah, hygiene is a given.
Hygiene is obviously.
But there's some dudes who are like, you know what, Scarlett Johansson's so fucking hot. If she don't wipe her ass, I'll still fuck her. Like,
well, that's them. I'm saying in terms of us, we're normal in that sense where we have like a sense of like pride and dignity to where we're not going to mess with a chick.
I'm just saying for me, if I met a girl who didn't shave her underarms, I'm not sure if I could be with her.
Okay,
I'm not going to.
That's your preference. Yeah. For me,
well, there's the difference between being with her and then sleep with her? That's two different things.
I'm saying okay. I'm saying being with her. Okay, go with that.
Oh, being with her. I don't know really, because for me, I'm not that picky. You know.
Okay. All right. Well, obviously,
I mean, maybe legs hairier than mine.
Yeah,
that would be weird.
Karen is a fantastic cook. Everybody here is fucking ate Karen's food. What if Karen was fucking like, you know, Karen fucking couldn't like, you know, cook ramen noodles for you? Would that be a cutoff where it's like Karen is beautiful, she's gorgeous, but she can't cook fucking for shit? Would that be a cutoff?
Oh no, that wouldn't be a cutoff because I would have just cooked. And I would know how to cook. No, I think for me, it's probably like body hair. If someone has a woman has a lot of body hair, like hairy legs, and I'm saying like she refuses to shave. They're like hair like mine, or like even facial hair. I'm not down with that.
Personality for me, my ultimate cutoff, no matter how cute a girl is, her personality is my immediate.
Oh, I thought he was talking about physical, so I didn't know he was talking about personality.
Just in general.
General. Yeah. No, definitely personality. Because if I can't talk to you, if you're like a brick wall, it's like, fuck.
No matter how good you think your pussy is, if I can't have a conversation with you.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I'll still hit it, but I wouldn't call it back.
Yeah. I'm
not going to lie.
That's it. Like,
exactly.
That's it. After that, there's no commitment. There's nothing. It's just you got dick and that's it.
Yeah.
But it's just like in terms of
it's personality.
Personality's number one.
Yeah.
Like
attitude.
That's even before looks. Like honestly, like I don't need to be with the cutest girl in the universe.
No,
that's a fact.
You know what I'm saying?
But if you're dating this fucking girl, she never ever believed shaving her underarms or shaving her legs.
Jesus Christ, you are on that underarm shit.
He's just naming specific scenarios.
I know.
Which is what he likes to do. He likes to name specific scenarios.
I'm about to say that.
I don't like a girl that's hairy either. But I'm not really that hairy my damn self. So it's just like, you know.
Well, obviously by your head, but.
Or he's giving us examples for girls.
Get him, Junior.
I'm just saying, like, this coming from a guy It's coming from a guy that needs my help to even have a conversation with a female.
It's true.
Or
This is a guy that can't even talk to a female.
I have junior my relationship advice.
He literally sits there. He's like, I don't.
He's
know
your
how to respond.
wingman? Wow, no wonder why you're still single.
You know,
burn.
That's crazy. That's crazy that you said
It's
that.
true.
But
Junior's my wingman.
I'm not your wingman. The only thing I am here's the thing, right? Chris,
Look at all that wind shear he gets at his forehead.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So the Rogaine I'm using is working, but it's slow as shit. But anyway, so it's like, so Chris would literally sit there and he would text me and he would say, "Oh, this girl said this to me. What do I say back to her?"
He's right.
I'm like,
you want to give her that penis?
I'm like, dude, I can't tell you. You have to learn. You're older than me. Like I should be coming to you, and you should be telling me what to say to some of these girls. I should be going to you like an older brother.
I know.
What do I say to this girl?
I know. You should be giving Junior sage advice and shit.
Junior, I know what you tell these girls. Just let
A
your
guru.
blow.
It's like,
in terms of things that I would consider a complete like deal breaker, hair isn't it for me. Like honestly, I'm gonna say this, and this might sound wild, but I have only 2 criteria that any girl I'm involved with has got to meet. Only 2.
Oh God.
One,
right.
they have to have very good hygiene. Like that was a stickler for good hygiene.
That's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And 2, they have to have absolutely no diseases. I don't care what I will mandate a test. Like those are the only 2 criteria. You don't have to be beautiful. You could be fucking hairy. I've been with hairy girls before. I've dated girls that literally would grow a full mustache and beard if they didn't regularly shave it. Like I've dated hairy girls before.
Damn.
It's not a thing that I give a fuck.
Yeah, I've been with small girls. I've been with big girls. It doesn't really matter, you know.
Yeah, I don't care about
if I'm attracted to you in some way, I'm like, you're a woman. That's all I care about.
That's all. Like all I need you to be. All I need to be able to do is have a good time with you when we're together. If we have like a similar sense of humor, we get along well, and you got good hygiene and you are disease free. Shit, I fucks with you all day.
My criteria: hygiene and have a heartbeat, a pulse.
I'm like Mark.
Whoa, she's only been dead 5 minutes.
For who he is, like he has his.
I don't care what species you are. You gotta be moving.
Like, Chris,
you need to tell stop.
Chris showed me a girl that Mark rejected, and I'm like, wait a minute, hold up.
Wait, did Mark say he rejected it, or is that just a story?
Back in like our 20s, boy, we worked at Arby's.
Okay.
Yeah.
The funny part, Mark actually had some pretty decent, not models, but decent looking women who were interested in him. So.
And Chris showed me a picture of one of the girls that had an interest in Mark. Had an interest in Mark. But here's the thing, though. Mark said no because he said he could do better. Boy, why are your standards so high when you're a prickle Rick? Like, what are you getting
so
at?
Pickle Rick.
Like
your pickle Rick
cat was better?
Like, you can't. It's like, you literally can sit there and say you could do better. Who are you doing better with? Nobody else wants you.
Exactly.
How do you sit there? It's
except the cat that can't fight back.
I don't have standards.
Yes, you do. You have standards. Chris,
you have
high standards.
What's
you have
the name of that girl from the bar, Chris?
You have some high standards for females. Like, you do. You
I still want them weighing twice what I weigh. That's all.
No, you have high standards.
Skin color, no tattoos.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I could find someone for Chris.
You're right. You're right, Carlton.
That was years ago.
Chris, I showed you a picture of this girl that was thick. She was thick. She wasn't fat. She was thick. She had some weight to her, and she had a fat ass. Yeah. She had a fat ass. She had nice titties. You said, this is what he said. This is Chris's own words that came out of his mouth, word for word. He was like, she got a little bit too much weight for me. I said, wait, hold up. I said, hold up a second.
That was 10 years ago.
No, that was not. That was not 10 years ago. That was actually last year. That was last year that I showed you a picture of a thick, beautiful female.
Times have changed.
And he sits there and he's like, oh, that's a little bit too much weight for me. Wait a minute.
Not now, though.
No, it's not. Like, there's a difference between a fat female and a thick female.
Yeah, like
thick
a thick
female that's in shape, that got a nice.
I'm good now, Carl.
Real nice.
I have the Kraken.
The Kraken. I can tell you're slurring.
Yeah, exactly.
He's slurring. He's like,
fat See, Chris, there's some of these girls that you'll smell before you.
No, seriously.
Oh shit!
Like that's my weakness. Like honestly, it's redheads. Like Molly, it's redheads like Molly, and it's thick.
She doesn't look like a redhead.
God.
She looks like she's
we've
brown hair.
But Molly's got personality.
And Molly's
got a phenomenal personality.
Yes, Molly, you better get here soon because I think you're not ready.
See, she's not only does she have a good personality, she's also attractive. So it's like a twofer. Like so.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if you have all four of us in the room, it's going to be a gladiatorial battle to the death.
I've already conceded that is Junior's wife.
Yeah, right, and much. We shall fight upon the mountaintop like kings.
Whoever rolls down first loses.
Like Highlander.
Like, you need to with me. Hone your focus. Your focus all over, but you need to hone in on Susan there. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
I made her tap out, so I don't know what else there is to do.
Grade E.
Grade E.
Grade E is better than Longhorn.
Oh shit.
Burn.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I'll tell you, like it's just. I agree 100% with what both of you said earlier.
Yeah.
I agree 100% where you guys said that women have these unrealistic expectations that we just have to abide by.
Well, it's funny because
it's like if we have an expectation of women, like me personally, I really don't give a fuck. Me, it's just like me. I already told you my two types is redheads and thick women. Like you got like, and I mean the right thick. Like, and I'm very picky about that size as well. And I don't care. I have my own standards. I have really high standards for intelligence. For intelligence, my standards are extremely high. Yeah. Like if it's just like if I can't have a conversation with you about something serious, you don't exist to me. You're just another walking pussy. Like that's literally what it is to me.
No,
like
you're not wrong, George. It's one thing with a chick is 20 versus a chick is 40. You're 40 years old. It's you know, it's again, you're like you think you're 20 years old, but like you're expecting to like said George Clooney pop by. It's like, listen, you're not. You know,
take the Kraken away from this guy. He is breaking down.
I've dated a chick that was
I don't even think that was a coherent sentence.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't at all. It was not at all.
Trust me.
He's fucked.
Sometimes an older woman.
The Kraken is one. The
Kraken is one. That shit's 47% alcohol, and you fucking had a third of the bottle. You're done.
It's like
That's third.
He literally.
That's a third.
I literally thought my mic was breaking up because I heard every other syllable, but that's just how
that
I
is
was
a third.
That was definitely.
That's a third of a bottle of 47% alcohol. You're done. Like,
he's so drunk he skips syllables. Like how?
I think that's where you fail, Chris, because I did date a woman who was older than me, and it wasn't nearly that it was.
Most women just want dick and attention. They don't really want anything else but dick and attention. And loyalty.
Most older women, for the most part, sometimes they just like they've already had a long relationship, a long life. Like I just want to get some for a little bit.
That's it.
I just want somebody to break me off good. That's it.
Yeah, everyone's boy toy.
Boy toy. Somebody who's, you know what I'm saying? She doesn't have to take care of you. You're both working. You're both doing what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
But all they want is dick and attention. That's it. That occasional that you spend some time with her.
Yeah, they don't want to, exactly. They don't want to spend time with you. They don't want to be in a relationship. They just want someone to talk to. They already did all that relationship shit. They already, fed up with it.
Exactly. That's why I love me. And
sometimes you might have to realize that you're the one who has such strict limitations that you're narrowing down what's good for you.
Exactly. It's true. But I think we should probably wrap this up.
Yeah, before Chris kills himself.
Yeah, before he kills himself with the fucking Kraken. He swallows enough of that squid ink that he's not going to know what the fuck to do himself. But,
Jesus. I mean, he's already skipping syllables. But
he's fucked.
I'll get to the point next time.
But I'll basically wrap it up because you're too fucked up to do
exactly.
it.
This is why we drink, so we can get to this point.
That's pretty much.
I will try to elaborate next time.
Stop talking, Chris.
All right, so basically,
syllables this time for next time.
Yeah.
Oh, try
So
to
basically, just to wrap it up, I really enjoy this experience of being able to just talk about just about anything, to laugh about, especially at Mark and my dad, and just to be able to just, it's great to be around intelligent people, to have these sort of conversations, to learn things, to be informed, and to inform people who listen to us, because there are a lot more people listen to us than we think, and it's, eventually I'll start, telling these guys, everybody here about the feedback that I've been getting. So I get some feedback about the podcast. Yeah. As a matter of fact, a couple of my bosses listen to the podcast. So, I mean,
Are any of them female?
Yes.
Are any of them hot?
One, yes.
Take a picture of her for next time.
Because now both of your bosses are going to be staring at you like, which one of us is the hot one?
Exactly.
Which one of us is this big guy talking about?
No, the girls that listen to the podcast are hot. My boss one's a guy.
Do they like to have chains?
So the guy's hot?
Their necks?
I'm not in a position to judge. But the thing is, I'm not going to judge that. You can judge it for yourself. You judge it for yourself.
No, I'm good.
Put their pictures in our
the girls that listen to the podcast are pretty hot.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get one to talk to Chris, but I don't know.
It's okay if they don't want to talk to him.
How low are her standards?
I'll talk to them for him, for myself.
Well, actually, Junior, I can't tell you this is Susan's not here. Susan's birthday's coming up. Susan's gonna have a big birthday bash. Yeah. So I want you to come with me because I'm too fucked up. I'm not sure yet. It's on Facebook.
I'll come. I'll definitely
what the hell am I supposed to do if I don't have any details? Well, you want me to bring girls? What do you want me to do?
I'll let you know when I'm sober.
You try to talk to a Kraken, a fused Chris.
Well, it's a point that back up at that spot there. Susan's going to get 30 wings because it's like at the spot that Jim was hosting. Yeah. You get one wing for your birthday. So Susan's going to get free 30 wings.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And Jen's friend's going to be there. So Jen's friend, Kaylee's, who's pretty
I'll come with. I'll be your wingman. I will not fuck you over.
You don't listen to me.
Actually, I might fuck you over. I might go to the bathroom with her.
Well,
I don't care.
So, like I said, those good intelligent people, laugh about funny shit, watch Chris get fucked up and slur his words and things like that. But, it's always like I said, I support the local talent. I support, I support the people, and I support our blue collar workers that are out here busting their ass.
Thank you.
Every single day. Like, I support all of you. Like, I don't support that. Put it down.
Correct. Al, did you like the Kraken?
It was all right. I enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie.
I know.
Stop calling it Kraken.
I know my wife loves the Kraken.
Yo, I saw that gong. I was like, oh my God.
I told you.
I haven't eaten since 12 o'clock, so the Kraken's got
Don't worry, Chris. It happens to everyone. You got anything to say, Elliot?
I'm happy Junior was here.
I am too. I hadn't seen Junior in so long.
I know. Poisoning, guys. I'm sorry.
Junior make me laugh like more than Carlton will make me laugh.
Jesus Christ.
I'm dark as hell, but it's okay.
Wait, who listen to replay, Junior? Can you talking about Mark and his back rubs?
Oh my God, it hurts.
He calls him a Granger.
I guess if anyone has any feedback,
the gray ginger.
Yeah. If anyone has any feedback, put it on Facebook, message one of us. The more we hear from you, the better. Because if you have any feedback, let us know. If you don't tell us, then
we couldn't do Instagram tonight, but we have to Instagram with all of us. So
yeah, Instagram. It's just going to be me and a giant middle finger. If you don't like
Susan
it,
can take. I didn't mean to bring Susan down, but we had to get these serious news articles down out the way because we have.
I pay attention to her though. She just needs to realize.
If I get Susan, like it does hit home with some guy is like some guy kills a kid. It's deep shit. You know,
yeah, but I know exactly what she's talking about because I was able to break it all down like it was nothing. So it's
All right,
okay.
Al.
So we listen.
Which why I
to
said,
you.
but being a fucking dad, I can't do a news article with some guy fucking killing his 9-month-old. I can't do this shit sober. It's
Did he say 5-year-old?
Sorry,
9-month-old.
No,
Okay, Joe Biden.
I want to be in President Harris. Harris, give me a hand job, thank you.
Carlton, but even like Big Al would say, even though everyone's a fucking parent got that, some scumbag killed the fucking.
You know the thing.
Yeah. Well, some guy killed the infant. It's just like it's some deep dark shit. You know, it's like,
Let me just tell him.
Talking like Tyson over here. No, the thing that I'm paying.
Big Al was live. Come November, we're all gonna watch. We're all watching it. We're all gonna watch the Tyson fight.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
we're all watching that shit.
I'm definitely looking forward to that.
No, Al, we're coming down here. We're gonna get a bag of chips and pay for that shit. So
next week. Next Sunday, I'll have the next chapter of the Man Cat Chronicles.
Nice. I'm looking forward to that.
I'll read that. But like I said, I always kind of look for a quote, especially as I collect lots of quotes from all the hundreds of books I read, and I look for a quote that kind of fits with what we're talking about tonight. So my quote tonight is like, we humans do not understand compassion. In each moment of our lives, we betray it. Yes, we know of its worth, yet in knowing, we then attach to it a value. We guard against the giving of it, believing it must be earned. Compassion is priceless in the truest sense of the word. It must be given freely and in abundance.
Nice.
How much compassion?
I agree with it as well.
How much compassion do you have towards Mark?
None. It's a negative value he owes me.
Al, yeah, do your part, and then when Chris finishes, I gotta just hear him try to do
I'm
his
not
shit.
gonna finish. I'm gonna let Al finish me off.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna polish him off, right?
That's so gay.
Yeah, because I swear Chris is falling apart over here.
It's
the Kraken. The guy named Kraken.
You guys already know my spiel. I stick to my script. You know, protect your neighborhood, protect your neighbors. Take care of the people that can take care of you in your times of need. Help out the people that need it. Be kind, people. In this current climate right now, being kind to one another is very important. Donate to your local hospital, your school, your library, fire department, police station. Yeah. Donate to the places that could lay the groundwork for your children and the children in your neighborhood. And once again, I can't stress it enough. Be kind to each other.
Damn straight.
I'll let Junior finish this off because, anybody listen to this shit? I'll listen to this shit tomorrow.
Jesus.
We need to get Chris
Stop drinking so much damn Kraken. And
the shit's strangling his tongue.
So
Kraken is wrapped around.
Women who aren't 400 pounds. Chris needs a pound.
I'm drinking a Kraken, looking at Carlton slowly, seductively.
Gay.
You need to relax.
He's Mac from fucking Sunny and
Summon.
Gay.
But before Junior finishes, this is the hardest I've laughed in the past 6 months.
Yeah, right.
Thanks for Junior and Carlton for stopping by. This whole shit. That's why we do.
I'll be making a trip up to Albany probably in a few weeks.
Well, in all reality, this is going to sound fucked up on a replay, but this is what we do this shit for. Just like we're doing this shit for fun. We're not doing this shit to get paid.
Yeah.
That's all I care about. So
don't want your money, don't need your money. We got bills to pay, and your money doesn't pay our bills. It's our money that pays our bills. So that is that's Chris MO.
That's my little brother, man.
We just need to break the ice.
As I said, when I get fucking drunk, I don't get racist. I get lovable.
I think we
better not fucking get racist.
I get racist.
You're the whitest person here. Don't talk about racism.
I don't get racism.
I think another glass or two, or Chris is going to confessing his love to you or something.
Look at Junior's forehead. Like, you know what? His forehead doesn't look that bad.
But I don't
my brother.
about those
I love you, man.
fat women
I
here.
love you.
Hey, listen, I got something very important to say. This is very important. Everybody pay attention.
Right.
You said you're going to be up in a couple of weeks.
Kraken.
Right? Pay attention. This is important.
Okay.
Tell Karen I need a bag of chocolate chip cookies.
That's already a staple. That's already coming. Your own bag?
I need a bag just for me.
Okay. So two bags of cookies.
Next podcast call. We'll get the Instagram up because once you've seen the videos, but once you sit down here, it's like I'm very proud that everybody here was involved with the new quote unquote podcast studio. It does look like
Yeah.
Definitely does.
We also got to get you down here, Carlton, so we can take pictures for the podcast group.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
And have
definitely.
a mega barbecue where we all pitch in.
Oh, yeah.
I'll bring some shit. You know that.
All right, so we'll let Junior finish this off.
All right, guys. As always, us guys coming together, blue collar losers.
Yeah.
Guys.
We work our asses off to have nothing. And then Carlton, as the successful one in the group, as a blue collar friend, and as we all support blue collar workers, and we will reconvene another day.
Yes, we will.
Have a good one, guys.
Have a good one.
Have a good night.
All right, see you later, Carlton.
Racist.
See you next time.
Yep.